out of debt, build wealth, and take control of their money. But we also know there are more questions than we have time for on the show. That's why we built Ask Ramsey. It's a free tool on our website that gives you the same kind of guidance that you would hear right here on the show. Built on Ramsey principles anytime you need it. You ask your money question and get an answer for your situation, so you know what to do next. You do not have to wait for a segment or hope we cover a similar question on the air. Ask Ramsey is there to give you clarity when you need it most. It is fast, simple, and free to use. Visit our website to check it out. Go to RamseySolutions.com and ask your question today. RamseySolutions.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Prominent Democrats in Congress are responding to President Trump's threat that a whole civilization will die tonight if Iran doesn't agree to reach a deal to end the war. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has the latest from Washington.
In a joint statement, top Senate Democrats, including the ranking members of committees overseeing the military and foreign affairs, say they speak with one voice and one purpose: to condemn the president's threat to extinguish an entire civilization. It's unconscionable to threaten the lives of so many people, they write, arguing the president's reckless threat destabilizes the U.S. economy, makes the country less safe, and puts U.S. service members at greater risk.
Arizona Democratic Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari is planning to introduce articles of impeachment against Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. The Congresswoman says Hegseth has been complicit in war crimes, pointing to the bombing of a girls' school and the targeting of Iranian infrastructure. The deadline's fast approaching. President Trump has promised to target Iranian infrastructure and said today a whole civilization will die if Iran does not agree to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And we're going to dive into that deeply during a special face-off on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. It will feature former Congressman Matt Salmon and political consultant Chuck Coughlin. It'll start live right after this newscast, and you can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel.
A KTAR News exclusive.
U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is in Phoenix for a Take Back Your Health tour to promote his Make America Healthy Again agenda. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center with Kennedy's comments on food.
Recent changes to the food pyramid and dietary guidelines for Americans promote more whole foods like fruits, vegetables, and protein over carbohydrates and processed foods. RFK Jr. tells the Mike Broomhead Show the U.S. has some of the worst health outcomes among affluent countries.
And it's hurting us in every way, including with infectious disease. During COVID, we had the highest per capita death rate from COVID of any country in the world.
Kennedy says the USDA has a new rule that retailers who accept food stamps have to double their amount of healthy staple food varieties. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Wonder if the menu for the 4-person crew on the Artemis II mission would pass muster with MAHA. Today, they reached out to call their fellow astronauts at the International Space Station. Artemis II Commander Reed Wiseman asked the ISS astronauts what's on the menu.
We're rehydrating some sweet and sour chicken. We've got some Kona with cream. We've got some butternut squash, and spicy green beans. So it's all the same food. We want to know, what are you eating, and we're going to mirror you today.
So I had spicy green beans for lunch, and I've been loving seeing all of the things about you guys having the same food. It's fantastic.
Delicious, for sure. A new CDC report finds that less than half of American adults, 47% actually, are getting the federally recommended amount of exercise, which works out to 2.5 hours of moderate activity per week. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Darian Sutton says if you do hit that minimum, the benefits can be significant.
If you get to that minimum, that's 20 to 30% reduced risk of heart disease, dementia, up to 60% actually reduced risk of diabetes if you really get to that minimum. This is why it's talked about as the most powerful tool in prevention. And again, it's so important to understand that if you invest now, those payoffs, those dividends are going to be huge.
Let's see how it looks now as you're running down the road this afternoon. Sean Koner in for Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Westbound Red Mountain Freeway slowing at 24th Street through the mini stack. On your westbound I-10 at the split transition, an accident off left causing slowing all the way back to 24th Street. And in Chandler, an accident on your surface streets at the intersection of Cooper and Ocotillo. This traffic report brought to you by Sweet James. If you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-900-0000, or look them up on sweetjames.com. Awarded Best Attorneys of America. That's a look at your traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
Today, sunny and 94, and then clear and 66 for our overnight low temperature. 96 for the high on Wednesday, 95 Thursday. It is 92 right now in Phoenix. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents. This is the Face-Off.
All right, a special edition of the Face-Off. We've got a deadline coming up in 3 hours. President of the United States says if you don't open up the Strait of Hormuz, things are going to get bad. Here's the quote from today. The President of the United States: "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will." President Trump on Truth Social. So we have our panel. We are kicking off the show with the Face-Off and a 5 o'clock deadline on Iran. Let's meet everybody. We've got Michelle Ugenti, Rita, the Republican, former Arizona State Senator. Thank you for coming in.
Absolutely.
Chuck Coughlin, President, CEO of High Ground. Chuck, nice to have you.
Great to be here and dig the puck out of the corner, boys.
All right. And we've got Matt Salmon, former Arizona Congressman. Matt, how are you?
I'm doing great.
All right. You read the tweet today. It is, to me, a brazen pre-admission of genocide. Are we going to nuke Iran tonight? Let's start with Matt Salmon. How troubled are you with the Truth Social post and really over the last few days of Donald Trump's rhetoric towards Iran?
It kind of started with the Easter post, right?
Well, and you and I communicated over the weekend.
We did.
And I'm still reeling from the Happy Easter post.
Right.
Which to me was incredulous. For one, doing it on Easter, but for two, ending it up with praise Allah. Praise be to Allah.
Yeah. I still couldn't tell if he was mocking.
He's mocking.
He was mocking.
He's mocking.
Yeah,
them.
I mean, no, that to me was what was going on. But I've got to tell you, I'm kind of beside myself because right now, have you ever heard about politicians leading you into a box canyon? That's where we're at. Because either way, if he doesn't do it, then it's taco again, and nobody takes him seriously going on into
Trump
the future.
Always chickens out.
Right. If he does do it, then all hell's going to break loose worldwide, as far as I'm concerned, and our allies are going to consider us toxic
enemies.
Michelle Ugenti, Rita, are we reading into this tweet? Are we being too over the top? Or are we taking it too literal? Are you not as nauseous as I am?
Tweets aren't my favorite, but that's not the point. The point is open up the strait.
Mm-hmm.
The point is you're not having nuclear weapons. The point is surrender.
And if they don't?
And if you don't, then you've brought this on yourself. This is ending 47 years of war and terror. And it's coming to a head, and we finally have a president that's willing to do something about it.
So you believe his tweet? That if 5 o'clock comes and the Strait of Hormuz is not open, we're going to nuke them?
I believe what he says.
Chuck? I mean, this is where we are.
I want to back. I think we've fundamentally made a mistake here as a country.
Which mistake is that?
Well, the mistake is you never misjudge your enemy, and what he's doing is exactly what they want him to do.
100%.
I mean, we've put them in a corner, and they are a regime that is premised on death to America, and they're a regime that's premised on being outside of the international umbrella. And so he could have easily made a case for doing this a month ago. of saying
before the war started.
Yeah, and say, look, this is a regime that is committed to international terror. That's true. They've been
They
sponsoring.
would admit that.
Yeah, well,
they tell you all the time.
They love doing it.
Yeah,
and he could have created the Bush coalition way back in the day to build this economic alliance and create this harmony, maybe that would have successfully kept the strait open, but he didn't do that. Because he just went in and blustered, so we're doing exactly.
So it's his fault they closed it?
Oh, absolutely.
100%.
100%.
It was open on the 28th.
They closed it.
Does it bother any of the rest of you that a week ago, when he addressed the American people, he said, I don't care about the Strait of Hormuz, and it's not my problem opening it up?
Yeah.
If the folks that count on the oil from that, strait, if they want it, then they need to open it up. And now we're here with this.
Well, remember,
you can't keep talking out of every side of your mouth and have people continue to take you seriously.
No, well, that's an understatement of biblical proportions. But you see, if you believe what Trump says, you have Trump derangement syndrome. If you don't believe what Trump says, you have Trump derangement syndrome. See how they managed to do that? That's how they managed to work that in. I think if you're wearing the shoes, the hat, and the flag, you have Trump derangement syndrome.
When it gets back to square one, I do believe that Iran is a horrible regime.
Sure.
I do believe that.
So what are you going to do about it?
I do believe that actually taking them to task was the right thing. But I don't believe that his messaging and the thought process.
The way he did this, I mean, he has just blundered into this situation.
That's the point.
He's finishing the job.
He never started the job.
Yes, we did. We were just
he never made the case to the world of why we're doing
Accomplishing the job and blabbering your mouth are two different things.
Right.
They've been holding the global economy hostage. They have been sponsoring terrorism.
No argument whatsoever. No argument.
Clap and cheer for October 7th. I mean, you have to pick. He has two bad choices. I think you said something to that effect. He does. He has two bad. Do nothing, and there's consequences. Do something, obviously, and there's consequences.
But he's put himself in this situation.
I thought he was a great deal maker. What about the deal?
Iran has put itself in this situation.
He said every other president was idiots because they couldn't make a deal with Iran. So what does that make him?
He's alienated the entire world because of the way he's
gone. The French are holding an
about
emergency meeting of their Security Council.
Because he was incapable of building an alliance. Because back to the base problem here, he doesn't respect anybody else.
All right, this is a special edition of the Face Off. If you're just joining us, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. We've got Michelle Ugenti-Rita, Chuck Coughlin, Matt Salmon, and we're talking about what will happen at 5 o'clock. If the Strait of Hormuz is not opened, Trump has basically said he's going to blow up the country. I will give you
91 million people.
Yes, I will give you the quote from Truth Social today from the president. Quote, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want it to happen, but it probably will. See, when I hear that, he sounds like the Ayatollah. I don't see a difference.
Well, and let's be clear.
That sounds crazy to me.
This civilization has been around longer than us.
Yeah.
About 6,000 years, depending on how you want to
it imprisoned the Jewish people for quite some time in the Old Testament.
Chuck, how long have we talked about, Iran, death to America, we want to wipe you off the face? Trump's saying the same stuff now.
Right.
It's all they're both in the same box.
We've lowered ourselves.
Religious lunatics on both sides.
Right.
Well, except Trump's not religious.
The mullah in the White House, right? I mean, you need a little skull cap for the man in the White House because this is crazy. I mean, we've lowered ourselves. America is supposed to stand for something, which is honorable and good and freedom. In the Declaration of Independence, we've guaranteed the right to pursue our happiness.
Right.
This is not happy, people. This is not happy.
And the fact is, you're seeing a lot of Trump's allies, like Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. You're seeing them basically step out and say, don't let this happen.
So let me ask
are they worried?
Let me ask you a question that is absolutely insane of me to even bring up, but I have to do it. I mean, is he going to use nuclear weapons tonight?
No. I don't believe he will.
So no one thinks that?
No, I do not believe
you guys
he will.
don't think he's crazy enough to do it? I'm just asking.
I don't think he will because I don't think he's that lunatic.
That would start Armageddon.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
What that means is
because it would affect Russia and China.
Is that Iran has two major allies, and they have a lot of nukes too. China and Russia. They are both strong allies of Iran and have been.
And dependent on Iran in some ways.
Dependent on Iran.
So we're saying it's just crazy rhetoric from the mouth of a madman in the White House, and he's playing a part.
Dementia patient.
Well, I think
Why is he the crazy one? Look what Iran is doing.
I get it, but his rhetoric is crazy.
Why are we criticizing that?
Is his rhetoric not crazy? I think it's
Iran is run by religious lunatics.
Iran isn't crazy, but two wrongs don't make a right.
Iran's nuts.
The goal is we have to be stupider than them?
Let's get Michelle in here.
Globally hostage with closing that strait.
Because we started a war.
They're brutalizing their people.
Trump doesn't care about that. He hasn't mentioned it. Couldn't care less.
Brutalizing their people. Marrying off 12-year-olds. They want to obliterate and take out. Of course he cares.
He hasn't said a thing about that. He's not talking about protesters. He's talking. No. He only makes decisions that benefit him personally. He's concerned.
You cannot have
only decision will benefit him. He couldn't care less about dead Iranians.
This world is not safer, and we're not better off with Iran having more leverage and more time and ability
but he's
to build up.
That situation.
I think Iran will come out stronger on the other side.
Yeah, I do.
Because they stood up to the great Satan, and they're still here.
Stronger. That's why they're telling all their kids to, lock
form
arms
human
and surround.
chains around the. Yeah.
So let me get that in.
Right.
Let me get that in.
Yeah.
Human chains of women and young children are being formed in front of bridges and power plants in Iran. So if we just went
because
around,
that's how weak they are.
If we just went around the room and all of you said no nuclear weapons tonight, okay, then the step down would be, or the lesser crazy thing would be, blow up bridges, blow up power plants,
infrastructure,
desalinization plants.
Okay, and desalinization, and that means we're going to blow up women and children who are in front of bridges.
That's their country blowing up women and children. You've got it the wrong way.
Got it.
They are the ones blowing up women and children. That's what a pathetic, weak country does. When they're desperate and they have nothing else to do, they bring out women and children and they put them on the front lines.
You know how many of them died fighting against Iran? They would send waves of children running into minefields.
So that's
Absolutely.
their country doing it, not the
They
United
have a completely different line that you don't understand.
About life
they
and death.
couldn't care less about dying.
They're the evil, insane country.
I think we got a lot of evil insane here, too. Don't worry.
We've got 3 more segments. If you're just joining us, President Trump threatening Iran today. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. He writes on Truth Social. We got a 5 o'clock deadline. If Iran doesn't come to some agreement, if Iran doesn't want to open the Strait of Hormuz, you're either going to take Trump literally on what he said or however it goes. But it sounds like we are going to get a true sense tonight of how messy this war is going to get. So we've got Michelle Ugenti-Rita, we've got Chuck Coughlin, we've got Matt Salmon. It is a special edition of the Face Off, usually Wednesdays at 5, but we're going to kick the show off with what the world is talking about today.
Coming up next, do Republicans believe that Trump is just bluffing as they all trying to probably cover their own butts and look at their reelection chances? It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Will President Trump follow through on his threat against Iran that includes the death of a whole civilization if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened by tonight's deadline? Democratic Congressman Greg Stanton calls that kind of rhetoric unacceptable.
If he takes any action in furtherance of what he threatened to do, obviously he has to be removed from office. He cannot remain as president of the United States.
See the entire AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp at KTAR.com. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. We are expecting a high today of 94 degrees, and then tomorrow a little bit warmer at 96. Right now, checking the temperature in Phoenix at Sky Harbor, it is 92 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
A special edition of The War Room, a 2 o'clock edition. In studio with us right now, if you're watching on the KTAR YouTube channel, Michelle Ugenti-Rita, Chuck Coughlin, Matt Salmon. Right now, we're hearing from more and more elected Republicans who are questioning some of this. Are they doing it out of moral or values, or are they doing this because they know how to read polls and they don't want to run on this war come November?
I think that there's probably some of both. Yeah, Chuck echoes my opinion. Yeah, the fact is probably most of them are looking at being reelected, but there are some folks there that I deeply respect. Ron Johnson is actually one of them.
All right, let's play Senator Ron Johnson from Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I am hoping and praying that President Trump this really is bluster. I do not want to see us start blowing up civilian infrastructure. I do not want to see that. We are not at war with the Iranian people. You know, we are trying to liberate them.
All right, and on the other side, you've got Lindsey Graham, who wants blood.
That needs to end, too. So I'm very optimistic that President Trump's going to bring this regime to an end one way or the other. I prefer diplomacy. But this time tomorrow night, they're either going to do a deal that makes sense for the world and the region and for Iran itself, or we're going to blow them up.
Bless her heart.
Yeah.
Needs to take the bubble wand and go over and lead the way.
That's a guy I want to follow into battle.
Yeah.
Lindsey, because, you know, the minute he finds out what the other side of the door is, he's going to go for another door. I mean, this guy used to be friends with John McCain way back in the day.
He always has his feet firmly planted on both sides of the fence.
Michelle Ugenti-Rita, are people on the right bailing on Trump? I mean, you see Tucker Carlson. I'm just saying, I mean, he's one of Trump's friends, and he's far right. You're starting to see some. Matt, you said there was another senator that came out, or
Tucker seems to be pro-Iran, though. I think they're okay. I mean, some of the statements that he's made are unhinged.
Is it Utah? Is it Congressman or Senator?
Senator John Curtis.
John Curtis,
who basically said, "You know what? I've supported this war up until now, but I'm not going to give another dime after 60 days until Congress officially declares war."
And we haven't done that since when?
Nope.
World War II against Germany.
After we got bombed.
After we got bombed by Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
We were at war.
We weren't going to go into that one until we got begged into that one.
Jeez Louise.
Here's what Tucker Carlson is saying.
If you work in the White House or in the U.S. military, now it's time to say no, absolutely not, and say it directly to the president, no. In case you're thinking about using some weapon of mass destruction against the population of Iran, in whose name we liberated Iran, we killed their religious leader for their benefit. Do you remember that? This was last month.
No, they don't remember.
Those people who are in direct contact with the president need to say no.
No.
The sycophants are going to say no?
Michelle Ugenti-Rita, we've got Joe Rogan and Candace Owens and Alex Jones, and we got Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly, and it seems that there's bailing on this guy.
But I mean, those people, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Megyn Kelly, I mean, those people have been critical and off the Trump train for some time now, so I mean, I don't know how to take their criticism. But what you're highlighting, though, this is what leadership is all about. These are the times when it's not a political decision that you're making. I believe the intelligence that Trump is receiving is sound. I'm very critical of my own government too, but I do believe that he's acting in the best interest of the American people.
Which intelligence is this? Is this Tulsi Gabbard testifying that they did not have a nuclear weapon and they were not 2 weeks away?
So
I'm just curious.
I just want to say, so you want
which one is it? I don't know what intelligence you're referring to.
What is it that you want to have happen? You want America to stand down?
I don't want us to fight wars in the Middle East. Full stop. Period.
And you're willing,
everything past that.
And then you're willing to own the consequences of that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
100%.
Another 9/11.
Yeah.
Another October 7th.
If you think this is going to stop terrorists from attacking the United States. We just created about 3 more generations of people that hate the United States and are willing to die.
So you're just going to bow down and kowtow to these terrorists?
Bow down to them.
Yeah,
leave them alone in the desert. To leave them by themselves. Draw a little circle around them, and they get to hang out there.
That's impossible. They will continue to come after us.
They're not coming after us. They're attacking us in their region, for God's sakes. We're there giving them targets.
They're going
after Israel. Closing down the strait, though, has a global economic impact.
All right, let's get Matt. Matt, you got the last word.
As somebody that actually believes that Iran has had something like this coming for a long time, but I don't believe that the president is prosecuting it very effectively.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Coming up next, are nukes off the table? We've heard what the president said. We heard what the president wrote today. A whole civilization will die tonight. What are some of the off-ramps by 5 o'clock? He does have other choices. Will it be nuclear weapon, or will it be... I've got about 5 different choices.
All right.
So why don't we go through that? Coming up next, the Face-Off, a special edition here on KTAR.
Conflict in Iran.
Across the country, gas prices remain high, from truckers paying for diesel in New York.
I used to be able to fill up my truck for, $200 or so.
To California drivers paying for regular.
It's at $137.
Delivery drivers are feeling the impacts as Amazon, UPS, FedEx, USPS all say they'll add temporary fuel surcharges to offset extra costs.
We're covering the Iran situation on YouTube, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Are you struggling with distance vision and now you need readers? K2 Vision RLE has a live webinar this Thursday at noon where Doctors Kopstein and King will explain how refractive lens exchange is different from LASIK and EVO ICL, why no cataracts after K2 Vision RLE, who's a good candidate, and more. Join the free webinar this Thursday at noon. Register at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
There's a lot we don't fully understand about long COVID, like its impact on the brain, but you could help change that. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 30 and 89 for a research study. If you've had COVID-19 with or without cognitive symptoms, or you've been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease regardless of COVID infection history, you may qualify for this study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, basketball fans. Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing, and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
How
was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
On Saturday, April 18th, pick up the Cattell Marte tee before the D-backs Blue Jays game, courtesy of State Farm. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. If you're serious about losing weight, now's the time because you can do it for free. For a limited time, Red Mountain Weight Loss will waive your startup fee when you begin any program. With plans starting as low as $149 per month, you can't afford to miss this opportunity. Lose up to 20 pounds by this time next month for as low as $149. Red Mountain's the leader in medical weight loss with personalized plans tailored to your needs from doctors who specialize in weight loss. They offer a wide variety of programs, GLP-1 medications, as well as RM3, the fastest way to lose weight. RM3 helps overcome issues, slowing metabolism, menopause, hormone imbalance, or any other issue you might be having. Book online appointment today. We'll ship medication directly to your door. Get started for free. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or pound 250 on your smartphone. Use the key phrase Red Mountain. That's pound 250, key phrase Red Mountain.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. New threats from the president against Iran, saying today in a social media post that if there's no deal to open the Strait of Hormuz by 8 p.m. Eastern today, that a whole civilization will die tonight. This weekend, the president threatened to blow up the country's bridges and power plants if there was no deal. ABC News Chief Washington Correspondent Jonathan Karl says the president's warnings are similar to what al-Qaeda was saying after the 9/11 attacks.
The rhetoric that you heard coming from al-Qaeda was about ending civilization, Western civilization. To hear an American president talking about ending a civilization is really something that's beyond what I've ever heard.
And the world is watching closely. Democratic Congressman Greg Stanton tells the AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp that President Trump should be removed from office if he follows through to that extent.
It's insane. It's unacceptable. The American people, both Republican, Democrat, Independent, should be outraged that the president is using rhetoric of that style. Totally unacceptable.
You can see the entire AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp at KTAR.com. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has released the wife of a U.S. Army Staff Sergeant after she was arrested at the military base where he's stationed days after the couple married. Relatives say on April 2nd, 23-year-old Sergeant Matthew Blank and his wife, 22-year-old Annie Ramos, were at Fort Polk, Louisiana, to register Ramos as a military spouse and get her moved in. But soon, ICE agents entered the facility and detained Ramos. ABC's Jay O'Brien has more from Washington.
It came to light in that process that Annie Ramos was undocumented. She came to the U.S. as a toddler. She's had a removal order since she was about 20 months old. She's lived her entire life here in the U.S. Base officials then contacted ICE, who detained her and slated her for deportation.
Arizona votes.
It is Election Day. Well, it is if you're a property owner eligible to vote in SRP's election to decide who serves on its water and utility boards. And while it's often an overlooked race, this year a bunch of money is backing candidates, including a slate of candidates backed by the conservative group Turning Point Action. If you'd like to learn more about the election and how to vote, and remember today is Election Day, go to KTAR.com. Time to check traffic now. Sean Koner is in for Enrique today in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. A look at your freeway. Southbound 101 Pima Freeway just south of University. An accident off right. Watch for slowing there. On westbound 202 Santan at McQueen, an accident involving a motorcycle on the right shoulder. Use caution in the area. In Surprise, an accident just being reported at the intersection of Grand Avenue and Bell Road. And in Tempe, a couple accidents on eastbound Baseline as you approach I-10 at 48th Street. Watch out there. This traffic report brought to you by DiscountACUnits.com. Save thousands of dollars on the nation's top brands at AC Units, backed by trusted professional installation. Visit DiscountACUnits.com. Savings is in the name. That's a look at your traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
Our high today should hit 94 degrees. Then overnight, clear skies, a low of 66, 96 on Wednesday, and partly cloudy with a high of 95 by Thursday. It's 90 in Scottsdale right now. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents. This is the Face-Off.
All right, a special edition of the Face-Off. President Trump threatening Iran today. 5 o'clock deadline. Open the Strait of Hormuz or else. On Truth Social, the president today said, and I quote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will." We have a panel, and if you missed the first half of the Face-Off, please go back, check it out on our YouTube page. You can watch the show right now on our YouTube channel. We've got Michelle Ugenti-Rita, the former Arizona State Senator, Chuck Coughlin, President and CEO of High Ground, and the former Arizona Congressman Matt Salmon. So we're here for another half an hour. We're talking about the deadline coming up at 5. So, what other than nuclear weapons? Good God!
Grief. Nice way to start your.
What can Trump accept and still come out a winner tonight? There's a few things, like we were talking actually off the air. I don't think that Iran and the United States have said a word to each other. They're probably going through Pakistan.
Pakistan is the intermediary there.
Right. So
Pakistan are the normal ones. Imagine that.
I mean,
the guys who were hiding Osama bin Laden
for 10 years. Yeah, the guys. Yeah.
I mean,
our friends. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
We could deploy a nuclear weapon. We could deploy ground troops. We could hit the infrastructure like power and water. We could launch limited military strikes. We could push the deadline back. We could announce a deal. We can say there's progress and push it 2 weeks. I got to tell you, I don't think Trump is pushing this thing back 2 weeks. I don't think he's going to accept it. Chuck?
I think I'm praying that something extraordinary happens on the world stage. Either the president gets a call from Mr. Putin and says, "Look, I'm going to stop mine, you stop yours, and let's have a discussion." Or he gets a call from Xi who says, I'm gonna give them leverage on you, and if you do that, then I'm gonna respond.
Well, Russia's already supplying them with intelligence in some way, shape, or form, right?
Yeah, intelligence. I'm hoping, or the U.S. Congress actually grows a spine. I know that's probably impossible. Yeah.
Some of them are,
actually.
Chuck.
I know, but is there a majority?
No, not enough.
John Thune.
Right.
It's up to John Thune. Is John Thune got the courage to pull the trigger?
And Mike Johnson.
Right. Do they have the? And I don't think they do.
Matt, is there a path that's available to Trump that will make him? He doesn't want to look weak tonight. 5 o'clock deadline. What's the path without dropping a nuke or dropping doing limited strikes? Is there a path that Trump comes out of tonight? Because listen, I don't care about the president, how he feels and all that, but he does, and he wants to come out of this looking strong. How does he do it without dropping a bomb?
You know,
is it possible?
This whole conversation,
it's insane.
It reminds me of what Lloyd said in Dumber and Dumber when he asked if there was a chance that a girl like him and a boy like her, and she said 1 in a million. You're telling me there's a chance.
So you're
saying that's kind of how I'm feeling right now about this conversation.
That's pretty much the position that our president has put us in.
Dumb and Dumber.
When I woke up this morning and saw the tweet that was made, my immediate reaction was, we're in a no-win situation.
Yeah.
I mean, if we obliterate Iran, then we're going to be toxic globally for a long, long, long time to come. If he doesn't, then it's the taco thing. Trump always chickens out.
Right.
And so
he doesn't want to look weak.
And so he doesn't want to look weak. So I'm like Chuck. I hope and pray that some extraordinary circumstance inserts itself into this whole mess and gives him a reason for pause without looking like a chump.
Because otherwise, what you said earlier, Bruce, is true. We're gonna breed a whole new generation
of
terrorists that will
all over the world,
all over the world,
not just in
because
Iran.
they have a lot of friends,
and they'll have a legitimate grievance. I mean, that's a legitimate grievance that we're bombing somebody into the Stone Age.
You wiped out a civilization.
Yeah.
Michelle, is Trump stuck here? How does he get a win out of tonight without dropping any bombs?
Iran needs to open the strait.
And if they open the strait,
they need to come to some kind of agreement. I mean, of course, that would be most ideal.
But that's their big weapon to close it. So if they close it, then they have nothing.
That's like their only leverage. I think.
That's all they got.
Yeah.
Is yes.
Because they have no
Closing
Navy
the
or no
strait
Air
and
Force.
Economically terrorizing everybody.
Right.
They can string their civilians around military targets.
They
will do that,
and they will do that because they have no value.
The religious leader tells you to do it. You don't.
And they
question
cannot be in charge, and we cannot tolerate it. And this world is not a better place by letting them get away with it.
I don't disagree with that. I just disagree with the way we've arrived at this option. This is an unpalatable option for our country to be in. It's bad leadership that has put us in this situation.
But the alternative is worse.
The alternative, we don't know what the alternative is because we never explored any alternative. We just started dropping bombs.
Them getting a hold of a nuclear weapon.
They didn't have a nuclear weapon. They had 10 years, the national
They don't
security.
have it until they have it.
Right.
You know,
but
that's
our national security estimate, as we all know, was more than 10 years. That they wouldn't have it for 10 years. And as Trump said, and as every American that I've known that I trust would say, is the minute they start to move that, we will take care of that too. And we can. We've demonstrated that we can do that.
If we go down the road of bombing Iran and their power plants, their power plants,
desalination facilities.
From what I understand, for Kuwait, Qatar, they each depend on desalination
plant.
Desalinization.
So it's going to be farther reaching than just Iran.
Right, because Iran says it will wipe out their similar things. I want to say something that said like Kuwait gets 90%
is
of
already
its
running
water.
out of water.
Yeah,
I mean it's a mountainous capital.
And they don't have a lot of natural bodies of water.
They have a problem with water now
already.
Oh yeah,
so you could have
they're
millions.
worse than Arizona is.
They make Arizona look like a rainforest.
Wow.
Thank God for the
Worse
Salt
than
River
Arizona
Project.
when it comes to water.
Exactly.
So you can have millions evacuate because of dehydration.
Oh yeah.
The other thing is if you go after Iran's power grid, if Iran's power grid is targeted, the entire region and Saudi Arabia will be completely dark.
Well,
and then what happens? Does that allow Iran to, retaliate and send strikes to all these other neighboring countries?
I'm not sure where Michelle is, but I just think this is irresponsible leadership that has put us into this position. We should have options. There always
Michelle likes
should
the
be
leadership,
options.
right? You like the leadership that he's taking to get rid of this program, get rid of this country for once.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah,
at
of course
some
they're bullies.
point, it has to stop.
Bullying?
They keep pushing it for decades and decades. They've been
50
terrorizing the world.
50 years.
They've been murdering and slaughtering
Agreed.
people. It's done.
Totally
At some
agree.
point, it reaches the tipping point,
But
and we're here.
We create an international consensus on that.
Do you feel the same
and
way
we
about
create
Russia?
international power to put upon them the desire to
No
change.
one's really been willing to do what has to be done, and I think that's what we're seeing now. I mean, look, the consequences are tough. They're really tough on both sides. It's not good. But to keep allowing them to grow in strength and influence does not help the United States, weakens us, compromises our safety, and they get away with it. And they'll keep upping their game. We're not going to make them hate us anymore. They can't possibly hate us anymore.
It's not about them. It's about us eventually, because $5 a gallon of gas is going to make a regime change.
And again,
regime change is going to happen. It will happen in November.
And again, I'm going to say I completely agree with everything that you said, Michelle. I just don't believe that the way this has been handled from square one has put us in a position where we can be ultimately successful.
Matt Salmon, Michelle Ugenti, Rita, Chuck Coughlin coming back on the face-off. So what happens at 5 p.m. Phoenix time, 8 p.m. Eastern time? We'll have that conversation next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, if you're dealing with painful teeth, if you have missing teeth, if your dentures are just not feeling secure, you got to make a decision. And the decision should be, I'm going to Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm going to go meet Dr. Joe. Gato's been talking about Dr. Joe for years. This guy is a true implant expert. He has placed more than 20 implants, and he's got all the experience. He's the best surgeon in town. In Aria, by the way, locally owned. Now, if you want to go to a corporate dental implant center, be my guest and pay $21,000 more than Aria. But that's just me. You can always go back to Aria for a second opinion. They'll welcome you with open arms. So if you're ready to smile with confidence, if you're ready to enjoy the foods that you love again, schedule your new patient consultation and 3D CT scan. Mention Gatos. You go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com and start smiling again.
Amazing Arizonans, the podcast where Mike Broomhead talks with some of our incredible Arizona people, like chef and TV host Mark Tarbell, Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken, Pinal County Sheriff's Deputy Frank Slope, golfer Tom Lehman, former Arizona Governor Fife Symington. Amazing Arizonans, presented by Resolution Copper. Like and subscribe to it where you get your podcasts. Watch Amazing Arizonans on YouTube or go to KTAR.com and click on podcasts.
We all want the confidence to spend more and make memories in retirement. Here's Greg Ayler talking about the impact that made on his parents.
My mom's a school teacher. My dad was a factory worker. So they lived their lives very responsibly and some would say frugally. She takes the entire family and the grandkids down to the islands for New Year's. I tell you what, they talk about that trip every time I see them.
Join Greg Ayler for a different look at retirement. Sunday mornings at 11 here on KTAR, Arizona's news station.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR News Flash.
2:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Changes to the food pyramid aim to cut down chronic disease and curb obesity. U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in Phoenix for a Take Back Your Health tour and tells the Mike Broomhead Show 70% of American adults are obese or overweight.
70% of Americans' diets, so the calories the average American receives is now from ultra-processed food or highly refined carbohydrates.
New dietary guidelines for Americans support more whole foods like fruits and vegetables, as well as more protein over carbohydrates and processed foods. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, just go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We're expecting a high temp today around 94 degrees, 96 by tomorrow. Currently, it's 91 in Buckeye. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name. but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Before Arizona heat turns unbearable, get your AC ready with Ace Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Whether you need an AC tune-up, fast repair, or a new energy-efficient system, Ace helps keep your home cool, comfortable, and efficient all summer long. Beat the rush. Call Ace today at 602-536-4475 for free estimates and expert service. That's 602-536-4475. Or visit us online at acehomeaz.com. Acing Arizona's comfort needs since '94.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Welcome back to The Face-Off, a special 2 o'clock edition on your Tuesday. Joining us in studio right now, Michelle Ugenti-Rita, Chuck Coughlin, Matt Salmon, discussing the deadline of 5 o'clock Phoenix, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, for the Strait of Hormuz to be reopened by Iran or total annihilation, or words to that effect from Trump. So what do you think happens at 5 o'clock? Put you on there, get your crystal ball out, and Matt, you're already shaking your head. Come on. What happens at 5 o'clock Phoenix time?
You know, if I could guess that, would you give me a Ladmo bag?
Yeah. Well, if you could bet in those prediction markets, you might make money.
I will say that 5 o'clock will come and go.
Yeah.
I mean, he's done this a bunch of times, you guys. You know that. He's backed up a bunch of times. He will come out later tonight or early tomorrow and say, I have some discussions going on with X.
I actually agree.
And we are looking at options right now.
I actually agree with Chuck 100%. I think there are people that Trump listens to in his orbit. One of them is Marco Rubio, who I have nothing but great respect for.
Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. You'll listen to him.
Yeah, and I think they're telling him, you can't let this happen. So I think he's going to figure out a way to declare some modicum of victory and move on.
Let me put this out there for the panel. What if 5 o'clock comes? It's 3:30 a.m. in Iran, by the way. What if 5 o'clock comes and he says, "Hey, we've got a deal. We're leaving."
Like the whole thing.
The whole thing is over. We've got a deal, and we're going to leave. And he hasn't spoken to Iran. And there's nothing there.
I wouldn't put that by him. I wouldn't put that by him.
It's a thought that I had.
We won
just the other
Congratulations.
day.
Yeah.
What, that he just makes up for the fact that we
Strait
had
of Hormuz is not my problem. It's everybody else's problem.
We're
pulling out.
That was the message a week ago,
right?
And he's all over the place. So why can't he go back to that position?
I mean, Netanyahu will know that before anybody in America knows that, because he'll call him and say, "Hey, you're on your own here. We're pulling out."
I'm the guy in the room that thinks anything is possible, including a nuke. Sorry. I just do.
I don't think so.
Okay, I hope not.
I don't either.
I don't see it.
You?
I do not. That's not. No, he's going to send airstrikes. It's bombing.
Missiles and whatnot.
Exactly.
Good. I mean, if he takes out the power plants and the water and all that kind of stuff, then he's committed a war crime. Does he want to do that tonight?
No.
Or does he just want to get up there and lie and say, "We have negotiated a peace deal. Everyone's leaving by the end of the week."
Again,
and then we just leave it broken.
It's not a lie, Bruce, if he believes it.
Right. Well, I mean,
Alternative facts.
Yes, it's an alternative factoid.
Michelle, what do you...
I just think, what if he's... We're doing a lot of what ifs.
Of course,
okay,
yeah.
We're just what ifing this to death.
Right. We are. There's
wow,
no question.
No pun intended there.
Acknowledged.
Yeah, exactly. But what if we just take him at his word? 5 o'clock, if there's not a deal,
boom.
First series of several
He's going to
strikes.
kill millions of
Would you
Iranians.
bet on that?
I wouldn't bet against it.
I would.
I would.
It's
too.
it's so unattractive.
Of course it is.
It's such an unattractive option.
It is one of those things that you cannot. I mean, it's like
Come
you
back
can't
from.
be a little pregnant.
Right.
Either are or you're not.
Half pregnant.
You cannot walk
Half
away from
pregnant,
this.
Yeah. He just.
He can't be the taco guy
What
tonight,
if
guys.
Iran capitulates?
Well, he will. He'll say that.
I don't think
he's going to come up with some reason.
I think he'll give in before they do.
He's not going to come up and say, "Hey, I'm doing another taco." He's not going to do that.
No. Let me ask you
but
guys,
he's going to come up with some rationale for why he didn't end up bombing the country.
Nobody here thinks that Iran at 4:59 is going to say, "We'll take your deal."
No, that's
No,
not in
they
the
don't want
nature
that.
of the Iranian.
Of being a
this
terrorist
is a
regime.
revolutionary leadership that every time he attacks them, they get
And they
stronger.
probably want to be bombed.
They get stronger.
Yeah.
See, I think they do,
I think
too.
you're
Yeah.
right.
No, I
Because
think
then
you're
they can be
absolutely
the
true.
martyr.
Yes.
Right? And
Agreed.
they can guilt the rest of the world. Look what
How
he
many
did.
hundreds of millions of virgins are waiting up there? I mean, come on.
Exactly.
For all those people.
Yeah, they have a different value on human life, might be a
They
nice
don't
way to
value
put
it.
Or at all, correct? Yeah.
Right.
5 o'clock deadline. We'll see, guys.
All right. Thank you very much for joining the Face-Off. Matt Salmon, Chuck Coughlin, Michelle Ugenti-Rita, thanks for coming in on short notice and on a Tuesday
Happy
at
to
2
dig
o'clock.
the puck out of the corner, boy.
There you go. Dig the fuck out of the corner. All right. Checking the headlines on the way. Does a crazy person live in the White House, or is it a person masquerading as a crazy person live in the White House? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about your windows, okay? Advanced Window Products. I invested in my home. I hired Advanced Window Products just a few weeks ago, and I've got brand new windows. Every single window that I had in the house, gone. They were all builder-grade windows. You could see through some of them, not all of them. And it really was just, they were so bad. These windows let in all the heat, and my electric bill would be just crazy over the summer. So here's the deal. I want you to call Advanced Window Products at 480-746-4280. I want you to go with the company that's been doing this for 40 years, okay? 40 years. Their windows are engineered for Arizona's extreme swings in temperature. And this is going to keep your home nice and cool in the summer. And all you have to do is call them, mention Gatos, and you're going to get a deal. Again, homeowners, you're going to get custom-built windows built exactly for your home, not generic sizes or retrofit or any of that stuff. 480-746-4280, advancedwindows.com. And now, here's my buddy Joe for Advanced Window Products.
Thanks, Gatos. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, I'm going to up the Gatos special to $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. But you must call now, 480-746-4280. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom-made windows for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. Installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call me right now. 480-746-4280 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
When you lose someone you love, your world stops. The last thing you should face is a maze of legal and tax complexities tied to multiple bank accounts, life insurance policies, annuities, unclaimed or hidden assets, and a myriad of state legalities that may require probate action. At Enterprise Estates Advisors, we're true fiduciaries. That means we work for your family, and we focus on providing the needed services so you don't have to worry. We work closely with the executors so they understand our process, agree to a timeline, and guide us through the disbursement. Our goal is to provide your family with an efficient process that can bring an estate to close in half the normal time. Call us when you experience a loss in your family. Enterprise Estates Advisors, where asset recovery is our promise to you. Give us a call at 623-387-3141. That's 623-387-3141. Or find us online at enterpriseestatesadvisors.com to learn more.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog security screens. With Bulldog security screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog security screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Iran defiant ahead of President Trump's deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Trump threatened to escalate his war with Iran by attacking bridges and power plants starting tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern.
The Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, has called on Trump to extend his deadline for 2 weeks. He said to allow diplomacy to run its course. We even heard from the Pope, who said that threats directed at Iran's population are unacceptable.
ABC News foreign correspondent Britt Clennett.
A KTAR News exclusive.
U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in Phoenix for a Take Back Your Health tour to promote his Make America Healthy Again agenda.
Recent changes to the food pyramid and dietary guidelines for Americans promote more whole foods like fruits, vegetables, and protein over carbohydrates and processed foods. RFK Jr. tells the Mike Broomhead Show the U.S. has some of the worst health outcomes among affluent countries.
And it's hurting us in every way, including with infectious disease. During COVID, we had the highest per capita death rate from COVID of any country in the world.
Kennedy says the USDA has a new rule that retailers who accept food stamps have to double their amount of healthy staple food varieties. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Inflation is showing no signs of letting up, but the typical consumer can expect a little bit of a break from the IRS. With around half of 2025 income tax returns already filed, ABC's Jim Ryan says the average refund is about $350 more than last year.
The tax cuts included in President Trump's 2025 spending bill went into effect last July. But because the IRS didn't update its tax tables, many workers had too much withheld from their paychecks through the end of December. That's creating refunds that are larger this year than last.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
The 7 basin states are facing Colorado River water cuts as it's been one of the worst spring runoff seasons in decades. U.S. Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum tells the Mike Broomhead Show sacrifices will have to be made.
It's like a giant integrated machine, and if you release too much water from one place and you get below down in these dead pool levels, then you affect not just water operations but power generation.
Burgum called for more conservation and new innovation like utilizing desalination. Watch that full interview at KTAR.com and the KTAR YouTube channel. More than 1 million Arizonans spend an average of 1,000 hours every year providing care for an adult loved one, totaling $27 billion worth of care, according to a new AARP report. Despite their value to the healthcare system, AARP Arizona State Director Dana Marie Kennedy says many caregivers don't feel like it.
Family caregivers often don't feel valued as much as they should. And so I think, this actually highlights and lifts up the work that they do.
If you're a caregiver looking for help or just in need of a few hours to yourself, you can call 211 and get connected to supportive services. Time right now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. Brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's April 7th, and back on this day in 2001, NASA launched the Mars Odyssey spacecraft.
We have ignition and liftoff.
The project, developed by NASA, had an expected cost for the entire mission of $297 million. I guess going out of this world isn't cheap. Odyssey was launched at 8:02 a.m. on Delta II rocket from Cape Canaveral Air Force Station in Florida. Some of the objectives from the mission included mapping the levels of elements across the entire Martian surface and to determine how much hydrogen exists within the shallow subsurface. Odyssey arrived at Mars about 200 days later on October 24th. The robotic spacecraft then spent about 76 days trying to reduce and circularize its orbit, sun-synchronous orbit, which provides consistent lighting for its photographs. And by 2008, Mars Odyssey had mapped the basic distribution of water below the shallow surface of Mars. And it was launched back on this day in 2001.
Checking traffic now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and check in with Sean Koner.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Westbound 202 Santan at McQueen. That accident involving a motorcycle still off right there. Use caution in the area. In Surprise, the accident at the intersection of Grand and Bell has been upgraded to an injury accident. Medical units are on scene, so use caution in the area. That's a look at your traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
Tonight, we'll see clear skies, about 66, sunny and 96 on Wednesday, and some clouds moving back into the picture Thursday and Friday. We'll be in the low to mid-90s. It's 94 now in Surprise. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Second hour of the program.
Oh, a lot of people call the second hour best of the hours.
You know the day is screwed when we lead the show off at 2 with the face-off.
The day is screwed.
Okay, you know the day is completely screwed when you join us at 2 and you're like, oh, crap, the guy's got the face-off going.
Yeah.
So that's how we kicked off the 2 o'clock hour. Great panel, Michelle Ugenti-Rita, Chuck Coughlin, Matt Salmon, and we were here to discuss what will happen at 5 o'clock Phoenix time, 3:30 a.m. the next day in Iran. Okay? So at 5 o'clock Phoenix time, the deadline
expires
to open the Strait of Hormuz expires.
Yeah.
And the president has said on social media today, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight. I mean, has a U.S. president ever made such an audacious threat?
No.
In the history of the United States of America?
The United States used to be the good guys. We used to stand for freedom and democracy, and we would promote that around the world. We didn't threaten to exterminate people. We didn't.
Because there are 91 million people in Iran, and Trump has said, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. His words, not mine.
Mm-hmm. So it just comes down to, do you believe him or not? Is he lying about this like he lies about everything else, or do you believe him this time? Will he taco again? Chicken out on this
What
and
does
set
that stand
another
for again?
Trump always chickens out.
When has he not chickened out, though? He didn't chicken out in Minneapolis. He sent a bunch of rogue people in there, and they pulled brown people out of cars.
Yeah, they stopped
Killed
doing
a couple
it, too.
people.
After all the
They did?
protests, they stopped doing it. They aren't doing that anymore. Tariffs, all the other things.
So why don't we do this? I want to play a clip from Bill Maher.
Ooh.
Okay. So Bill Maher, many months ago, had dinner with the president. And it was kind of interesting. You have a liberal in Bill Maher who does the HBO show, and he's also outspoken against the left, but certainly he's outspoken against Trump. And when he had dinner with Trump...
I would argue like most decent people are.
When he had dinner with Trump, he said this.
A crazy person doesn't live in the White House. A person who plays a crazy person on TV a lot lives there.
Is that what we're dealing with?
Is that what we're dealing
Trump
with today?
Playing crazy to a world stage.
Let me play it again.
A crazy person doesn't live in the White House. A person who plays a crazy person on TV a lot lives there.
I think it's interesting. So I went on social media today.
Ooh.
And I grabbed a couple of... I did the copy and paste thing, and then I put it into like my notes and stuff.
Yeah.
2 conservative voices and what they wrote about Trump's tweet that he's going to kill everybody.
Okay.
So here's the first one. What's actually happening here, because this is their reaction. A
Are
conservative
you going to tell me who it
voice.
is first or after?
Oh, I don't even remember. Do you want
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought that was part of the thing. Keep going.
You know what? I didn't even write it.
I didn't mean to call you out on that.
No, that's okay. And I really don't care who they are. Conservative voice number 1. What's actually happening here is the president has embraced the madman theory and is trying to convince the Iranians that he's willing to do whatever to wipe them out in hopes of getting a deal.
He's crazier than they are.
He's
is
acting,
the argument.
he's acting,
Right. Acting crazier than,
right, but that's what
than they actually are.
Right, that's what we're talking about. Is Trump really insane?
Yeah.
Or is he playing an insane person?
Well, do you think the Iranians are crazy, or do they just play crazy to scare others?
I don't think they play crazy. I think
I think they're actually crazy.
I think they are, too.
I was going to say, they actually are.
Okay, so the conservative voice number 1. What's actually happening here is the president has embraced the madman theory and is trying to convince the Iranians that he's willing to do whatever to wipe them out in hopes of getting a deal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? He goes on to say the failure is that the president, like so many others, doesn't actually appreciate that the Iranians are madmen.
Right.
Who live in a fundamentally religious world.
A very different world than, I would argue, anything we even understand.
Where they really do believe they are there to wipe out Israel.
Yeah.
But no, this is not an unhinged President Trump. It is a man playing a role as a negotiation tactic. Unfortunately, the president is going to be backed into a corner of extreme options by doing this, or be mocked for taco again. Taco is Trump always chickens out. Okay, that's one conservative voice. That's not crazy to me. That's not an insane social media post. That's someone who says, listen, I understand Donald Trump, and I get in his head, and I think this is what he's doing. He has embraced the madman theory. Now,
This is a strategy.
I'm kind of hoping that it is a madman theory, and it's not a madman.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, though, and I always get back to this, and I agree with this one person, you're stuck. What do you do at 5?
Like damned if you do, damned if you don't?
What do you do at 5 o'clock, Bruce? What do you do? I don't know what you do.
I think he will, again, make it up, but he will announce that special negotiations, thanks to our partners in Pakistan, the Iranians are coming to the table. They're very scared about what I'm going to do, and we're going to extend the deadline for 2 weeks as negotiations continue.
All right. We're talking about Bill Maher and what he said many months ago when he met the president.
A crazy person doesn't live in the White House. A person who plays a crazy person on TV a lot lives there.
The only thing I would say about that is, if Trump is crazy, as many people believe, it doesn't mean you're crazy all the time. You can come across as a completely normal person, and then you can go completely off the rails.
Yeah.
It's not an all or nothing type thing. You know, there's a chance that Bill Maher caught Trump in a lucid moment and had a decent dinner with him and said, he's not so bad.
Mm-hmm.
If he had dinner with him tonight, maybe he'd walk away with a different opinion.
Or he plays a role.
Or he's just playing a role.
Trump's role on Truth Social today was, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. If we know what this is all about, the Strait of Hormuz, it's not open by 5. Trump says he's going to blow them all up. Okay, let's go to a second conservative voice that I copied and pasted.
More
Bruce,
copy and pasting.
Yeah.
You're doing a lot of that.
Yeah. Here's because, the whole world is talking about that sentence that I just read.
By the way, when you say that, like, countries around the world are convening, like, their cabinet, their war.
They have to.
France is having the president called an emergency meeting, of the government to try to figure out what do they do if World War III is about to start.
A whole civilization will die tonight. That is from our president in writing. You can't take it any other way.
Yeah, and again, if you think there won't be a response, you're living in another fantasy world. And the response may not come from Iran.
So are people taking the quote that I just read too far? Like,
they're taking it literally. Right. Literally kill 91 million people.
Here's the second consecutive voice. Here's the second conservative voice. Trump has made hyperbolic comments as part of negotiation tactics for a decade, especially on social media. And yet people still run around like insane people reacting to his posts on here. I truly don't get it. See, I think that's tone deaf.
Oh, see, I think Trump's always lying. I start from the thing of he's lying.
I understand that.
Until he proves that he's not, and I win more often than not.
This one is at a different level, though, because now you've got 91 million people.
I do not think he's going to kill 91 million people. Honestly.
Listen,
no.
I hope not.
I don't think so.
Right, but he told you a whole civilization will die tonight, so he's the one that told you he's going to do it.
Well, it is kind of odd, isn't it? Because at one point during this, we were allegedly doing this for the Iranian people, the good people, so they could overthrow their government and they could be free. And he was very concerned about these people being killed in the streets by the Iranian government, the protesters, and they're still being killed. And fast forward, I don't know, a couple days, and he's willing to kill them all anyway.
Yeah.
So does it matter if they're killed by their government or by Trump?
Yes.
I don't think on their end it doesn't matter. They're dead either way.
It matters.
Yeah, it matters on our end. I don't know if it matters to them.
I think you have to separate the greatest troll that we've ever had in the history of man, which is Donald Trump, and he's brilliant at it. He makes people crazy.
I'm trying to give him a run.
Is he trolling? See, I don't think this is a troll. Again, he might not bomb Iran tonight, but this isn't trolling.
But this is do you believe him or do you not believe him?
That is completely on a different level of a whole civilization will die tonight. That is the most powerful man on the planet saying that. That's the most powerful man on the planet saying that.
A person with their finger on the nuclear button.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a concern.
5 o'clock, the deadline. We'll be here. We'll see what happens.
Oh, yeah. We'll be an hour into it, won't we? We'll have an hour of reacting to whatever happens.
Let's see. Coming up next, we had our face-off panel in the 2 o'clock hour. I think we should play just a couple of minutes of that. Are people on the Republican side in Congress speaking out and saying, dude, Mr. President, what are you doing? We're going to talk about that next on Outspoken.
Hi, my name is Bruce. I'm addicted to watches. By the way, it's NASA week. Every watch this week has a NASA connection. Thank you very much. I do theme weeks, for goodness sakes. And where do I go to hang out and talk about watches? Well, that's Oliver Smith Jeweler, for goodness sakes. They are amazing. Amazing. Listen, the Scottsdale Fashion Square and the flagship store at Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road are full of amazing, high-quality watches, timepieces that tell a story, timepieces that mark an occasion in your life. They carry top brands. We're talking about Cartier, Bremont. Oh, they have a new Felix the Cat watch. I kid you not. It is fantastic. Panerai. I mean, you talk about a watch that has presence on your wrist. Plus, an amazing collection of pre-owned watches, Rolexes, Omega, everything out there. They'll even consider taking yours in trade. That's right. You could walk away with a watch or maybe some jewelry that you really want. And it all starts at Oliver Smith Jeweler. 2 locations inside Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall and the flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road. Plus, you can always find them online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 3:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Iran defiant ahead of President Trump's deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Trump threatened to escalate his war with Iran by attacking bridges and power plants starting tonight at 5 p.m. our time. ABC News foreign correspondent Britt Clinett is in Doha, Qatar with more.
We just had an alert here and heard about a dozen thuds of interceptions over the last 20 minutes or so. Also, the UAE is reporting it is actively engaging in shooting down missiles from Iran. And we also heard from the Iranian Foreign Affairs spokesperson who says a civilized country's logic will prevail over brute force.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking those roads for us now, we've got Sean Conner in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. A look at your Valley freeways. Westbound I-10 heavy from the mini stack all the way through the Deck Park Tunnel, then loading up again at the 202 South Mountain Freeway through 67th Avenue. On your surface streets, a couple accidents in Phoenix to tell you about. The first on Indian School, just west of 16th Street, and out in Ahwatukee, an accident just west of I-10 on Warner Road. That's a look at your Valley traffic. I'm Sean Conner, KTAR News.
Cleared tonight with a low of 66. Tomorrow's high just a little warmer than today at 96. Right now, it's 86 in Chandler. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
This is Jim Sharp. Valley real estate news can seem a bit schizo, and we might just add to that feeling tomorrow with a new study that suggests despite our warm temps, we may have some of the coldest cities anywhere for home sales. Join LaDonna Harvey and me on the KTAR YouTube channel or on the app for Arizona's Morning News Wednesday.
Hey, this week's newest episode of Amazing Arizonans features the lovely lady through the double pane bulletproof glass over there, our very own Becky Lynn, who has now been formally inducted into the Arizona Media Hall of Fame. You can watch this conversation on KTAR.com or the KTAR YouTube channel. Amazing Arizonans, brought to you by Resolution Copper.
I was moved.
By the interview, yes.
Oh, you actually watched it?
I did.
You did?
I watched the you part, not the broomhead part.
Oh, gotcha.
You fast forwarded, or how do you do that?
I
exactly?
tease.
Pretty quick.
I kid because I love.
I tease.
Hey, coming up at 3:30, Congressman David Schweikert is going to join us. Needless to say, we'll be getting his take on some of this. And as a Republican, a sitting member of Congress, it'll be interesting to hear where he is.
Also running for governor.
And currently running for governor. You're absolutely right. We just had the face-off, the special 2 o'clock edition of it, because of what's going on.
Because the world is burning.
Because, well, it's close. We're getting there, close. But wanted to maybe play some of the conversation that went on earlier.
So Trump, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight. Okay? That's what he said.
That's the quote.
5 o'clock is the deadline for Iran to open up the Strait of Hormuz. So we were talking to our panel, Matt Salmon, Chuck Coughlin, Michelle Ugenti-Rita, and we were talking about other Republicans in Congress and the Senate who are starting to speak out.
Getting cold feet, maybe.
Take a listen. Let's play Senator Ron Johnson from Wisconsin.
I am hoping and praying that President Trump this really is bluster. I do not want to see us start blowing up civilian infrastructure. I do not want to see that. We are not at war with the Iranian people. You know, we are trying to liberate them.
All right, and on the other side, you've got Lindsey Graham, who wants blood.
That needs to end, too. So I'm very optimistic that President Trump's going to bring this regime to an end one way or the other. I prefer diplomacy. But this time tomorrow night, they're either going to do a deal that makes sense for the world and the region and for Iran itself, or we're going to blow them up.
Bless her heart.
Yeah.
Needs to take the bubble wand and go over and lead the way.
That's
right?
the guy I want to follow into battle.
Yeah.
Lindsey,
Yeah,
because,
Lindsey.
you know, the minute he finds out what the other side of the door is, he's going to go for another door. I mean, this guy used to be friends with John McCain way back in the day.
He always has his feet firmly planted on both sides of the fence.
Michelle Ugenti-Rita, are people on the right bailing on Trump? I mean, you see Tucker Carlson. I'm just saying, I mean, he's one of Trump's friends, and He's far right. You're starting to see some. Matt, you said there was another senator that came out, or
Tucker seems to be pro-Iran, though. I think they're okay. Some of the statements that he's made are unhinged.
Is it Utah? Is it congressman or senator?
Senator John Curtis.
John Curtis,
who basically said, "You know what? I've supported this war up until now, but I'm not going to give another dime after 60 days until Congress officially declares war."
And we haven't done that since when?
Nope.
World War II against Germany.
After we got bombed.
After we got bombed by Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
We were at war.
We weren't going to go into that one until we
declare war.
We got begged into that one.
Jeez Louise. Here's what Tucker Carlson is saying.
If you work in the White House or in the U.S. military, now is time to say no, absolutely not, and say it directly to the president, no. In case you're thinking about using some weapon of mass destruction against the population of Iran, in whose name we liberated Iran, we killed their religious leader for their benefit. Do you remember that? This was last month.
No, they don't remember.
Yeah. Those people who are in direct contact with the president need to say no.
No.
The sycophants are going to say no?
Michelle Rita, we've got Joe Rogan and Candace Owens and Alex Jones, and we got Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly, and it seems that there's barely
but I mean, those people, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Megyn Kelly, I mean, those people have been critical and off the Trump train for some time now, so I mean, I don't know how to take their criticism, but what you're highlighting, though, this is what leadership is all about. These are the times when it's not a political decision that you're making. I believe the intelligence that Trump is receiving is sound. I'm very critical of my own government too, but I do believe that he's acting in the best interest of the American people.
Which intelligence is this? Is this Tulsi Gabbard testifying that they did not have a nuclear weapon and they were not 2 weeks away?
So
I'm just curious.
I just want to say, so you want
which one is it? I don't know what intelligence you're referring to.
What is it that you want to have happen? You want America to stand down.
I don't want us to fight wars in the Middle East. Full stop. Period.
And you're willing,
everything past that.
And then you're willing to own the consequences of that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
100%.
Another 9/11.
Yeah.
Another October 7th.
If you think this is going to stop terrorists from attacking the United States, we just created about 3 more generations of people that hate the United States and are willing to die.
So you're just going to bow down and kowtow to these terrorists?
Bow down to them.
Yeah,
leave them alone in the desert. To leave them by themselves.
To keep
draw a little circle around them, and they get to hang out there.
That's impossible. They will continue to come after us.
They're not coming after us. They're attacking us in their region, for God's sakes. We're there giving them targets.
They're going
after Israel. Closing down the strait, though, has a global economic impact.
All right, let's get Matt. Matt, you got the last word.
As somebody that actually believes that Iran has had something like this coming for a long time, but I don't believe that the president is prosecuting it very effectively.
All right, that was just a piece of our 2 o'clock face-off today. As the world burns, we have to bring the face-off team in to start the show. Matt Salmon, Chuck Coughlin, Michelle Rita. 5 o'clock deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, or Trump saying, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight.
Coming up next, Congressman Schweikert, also a candidate for governor. Schweikert, David Schweikert, is going to be joining us next. And needless to say, we got to get his take on this to start it off. Stick around. The congressman joins us next up right here, exclusively on Outspoken.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
So we partnered with your Valley Toyota dealers. We wanted to come into your classroom, just take a couple quick minutes, and give your teachers some money.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
I've been telling you about Connecticut water. Very refreshing for about 20 years. I've owned my Connecticut system for about 20 years. And now Aquazona Connecticut is offering you the best deal I've ever seen. So I own the K5 drinking water station. I think it's the best one. It gets rid of the nasty chlorine taste and odor. It reduces heavy metals and microplastics. I am confident in my water because they have the K5. You can have the Connecticut K5 drinking water station for just $26 a month. That is it. $26 a month, and you've got great water in your house. This is the water your family drinks every day. And the water in Arizona is not good, doesn't smell good. There are carcinogens and dangerous stuff in it. So you can improve your water today by calling 602-910-6570. You mention Gatos, say I want the K5, and you only have to pay $26 a month. 602-910-6570, aquazona.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Right now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some greatly needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. It's a great alternative to paint. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 to 5 years, costing you more and more money. But when you use Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. With Rhino Shield, your home will always look like it's just been freshly painted. Guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. So if you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you to receive 15% off the regular price. That's 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
Hey, Valley drivers. City of Phoenix's new photo safety cameras are officially up and running, and they're here to help keep everyone safer on the roads. They're in places where they can make a difference. High traffic areas and school zones where safety is critical. These photo safety cameras are about protecting our community and making sure everyone gets where they're going safely. Remember, better a flash than a crash. For more info, visit phoenix.gov/photosafety.
With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. Learn more at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. If you are struggling with distance vision and now you need readers, K2 Vision RLE has a live webinar this Thursday at noon. Dr. Kopstein and Dr. King will explain how refractive lens exchange is different from LASIK and EVO ICL. No cataracts with this after K2 Vision RLE, and who is a good candidate. Free webinar this Thursday at noon, K2VisionRLE.com. No readers, no glasses, contacts, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
When we talk about precision, we're not just talking about business. We're talking about our name and reputation.
A lot of companies claim they're local, but they're not. They've been bought out, answering to shareholders.
Homes turn into numbers and priorities turn into profits, not customers.
Not here. We'll be here long after the job is done. Make the precision decision. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air. KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
It's bad leadership that has put us in this situation.
But the alternative is worse.
What would victory look like for President Trump following his threats to destroy Iran if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened later today?
We're in a no-win situation.
Yeah.
Former Republican Congressman Matt Salmon tells a special outspoken face-off he's hoping something will happen on the international stage that might diffuse the crisis. Political strategist Chuck Coughlin says if not, the results will be sobering.
We're going to breed a whole new generation
of
terrorists.
Right.
You can see the entire face-off at the KTAR YouTube channel. NASA officials say the Artemis II crew is back within the influence of Earth's gravity and still on schedule to splash down Friday. During an update today, NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman said the crew collected lots of data during the lunar flyby.
My understanding from just a few minutes ago is that they captured over 175 gigabytes of imagery from the lunar pass alone just yesterday.
If you haven't filed your 2025 income tax return or an extension time is slipping away, ABC's Jim Ryan says the deadline is just 8 days.
With just over a week before April 15th, the Internal Revenue Service says it's received 88.4 million tax returns of the 164 million it's expecting altogether. The average refund amount for individual filers is $3,521, about $350 more than at this point in last year's tax filing season.
Let's take a look at the roads this afternoon now. We've got Sean Koner in for Enrique in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. A look at your Valley freeways, westbound I-10, heavy from the mini stack all the way through the Deck Park Tunnel, then loading up again at the 202 South Mountain Freeway through 67th Avenue. I-17 northbound starting to load up from the stack through Camelback Road, and your westbound 101 Pima Freeway, you're tapping the brake lights from 56th Street to past the 51 transition up through Cave Creek Road. On your surface streets in Scottsdale, an accident on McDowell Road near 64th Street, and in South Phoenix, an accident at the intersection of Buckeye Road and 16th Street. This traffic report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, the best Taco Tuesday deal in the Valley. 2 tacos, rice, and signature refried beans for just $10. Text Rito's, R-I-T-O-S, to 620-620 for exclusive Taco Tuesday offers. That's a look at your Valley traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
66 our overnight low with clear skies, but we'll see sunny skies tomorrow and 96, and then a few clouds by Thursday and 95. Right now in Carefree, we are looking at a temperature of 87 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Remember the Division I athlete that was called out by an Arizona legislator for not being competitive enough because she didn't want to play with men in women's sports? She joins the Mike Broomhead Show to talk about it tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can listen on air, online, or on the app.
Joining us right now, we jump into it, is currently your Arizona Congressman, David Schweikert, also running for governor of the great state of Arizona. Congressman Schweikert, thank you for making time for us today.
Hey, Bruce Gatos, it is a joy.
Yes.
As you know, I'm a big fan.
I appreciate
it. And don't hold it against me that I'm buddies with Broomhead.
Promise we won't. Promise.
We're buddies with him, too. It's okay. Don't tell
it's
anybody.
All good.
So, Congressman, we got Trump on social media today. Quote, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. A 5 o'clock deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. He says a whole civilization will die tonight. Is Trump going to nuke Iran?
God, it gives me the chills because there's always been a rule. You'd never even allude to such a thing. And look, I understand being angry or frustrated and dealing with a religious autocracy, which is Iran. But, come on, use of language, this goes way over the top.
So what happens if the Strait of Hormuz is not open by 5 o'clock?
Ooh.
What do you think is going to happen?
I'll give you the crazy. A couple moments ago, I was getting some texts from my staff in D.C. saying, Pakistan is begging both parties to do a 5-day extension and this and that. My guess is what's going to happen is the saber rattling is we're going to agree to another extension and start talking again. Because, as you know, the Iranians actually walked out of the discussions. And once it's not good for the world You saw oil prices at one point went up to $117 in the futures market today.
Yeah.
We need a solution here. And I don't know if some of it's cultural, if it's the fact that these folks have power, and look, it's an incredibly corrupt government. If you actually read some of the analysis on how much of the power, people think it's this religious theocracy that's extreme. It is, but it's also a small percentage of the population.
About 10%.
That
roughly.
actually has incredible criminal operations, and only about 50 to 60% of Iran is actually Persian. So it's a much more complicated society you're dealing with than sometimes the cartoon characters we see on the news.
Congressman Schweikert, I know you're obviously privy to stuff that we're not. Can you help maybe the rest of us understand, what do you think, what does victory look like in this conflict, this war, whatever you want to call it? When can we claim victory and go home?
I want to go back to the definition the day this started. Iran will never have the tools, the equipment to produce a thermal nuclear weapon. I'm fine with that because you got to understand, one of the reasons multiple presidents have said Iran cannot obtain this weapon is the next day in that region, there's so much wealth, every other country will buy one. You know, the Kuwaitis will buy one, the Emirates will buy one, Saudi Arabia will buy one. And in a really unstable region, you don't want a bunch of nuclear-armed neighbors. That was the reason 10, 20 years ago we started fixating on this. I actually think that's an honorable solution, is saying, have we made it so they can never enrich and never build a bomb? And we've destroyed their delivery devices, you know, their long-range
missiles. Congressman Schweikert, but does that open the Strait of Hormuz or get the free flow of traffic through it again? Or do you think Israel's going to continue, Iran is going to continue to use it as leverage?
Oh, I'm sure they'll continue to use it as leverage. But the question was, what do I see as victory?
Okay.
Stopping them from having thermal nuclear weapons. Now we need to think about the world economy and opening up the straits. So some of the oil tankers are moving.
Yes.
You know, Chinese, but, you know, China actually is, in some ways, Iran is a patron of China. The Iranians, the rumors we've picked up, actually it's more than rumors, that some of their own public statements is they want to set up a new toll system.
Congressman, let me interrupt you here. We're getting some breaking news.
Okay, shoot.
CNN is reporting that President Trump has agreed to suspend bombing of Iran for 2 weeks.
Yeah, this is the ceasefire that Pakistan.
Was this negotiated by Pakistan?
Well, we don't know if he gives them any credit. I'm trying to read it literally as we're talking right now. I don't see Pakistan mentioned in there, but I know that the Prime Minister of Pakistan was asking for a ceasefire on the part of both.
So
yes, he is giving credit.
My prediction from 60 seconds ago held up to be true.
Yes, I can read it if you'd like. So, based on conversations with Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject the Islamic Republic of Iran, agreeing to a complete, immediate, and safe opening of Strait of Hormuz. I agree to suspend bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is we've already met and exceeded military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran. I believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the U.S. and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated.
Do you think a 2-week suspension of bombing in Iran is going to end this war, Congressman?
I pray it will. Look, I was getting a little nervous realizing I was talking about Pakistan, and I didn't know if that was public information.
No, it was.
I'm glad you just bailed me out.
The Prime Minister of Pakistan earlier today was asking for 2 weeks, but yes.
Okay. All right. I wanted to make sure because I had a briefing early this morning on some of this. So,
wow.
And sometimes you're doing a lot of things.
Sir, yes, sir.
Look, victory, I believe, is the inability to produce a thermonuclear weapon. Okay? Now, does 2 weeks get us to the spot where oil starts moving again? And in some ways, I would go right now and look at the oil futures market. Earlier today, it hit 117. What is it right now? I don't have my system up to see it. That actually, in some ways, because there's so much information that comes in that market, will tell you how serious or how much the people in the region think this is real.
Crude oil futures are going down as we speak. I'm literally watching the chart move down.
Yeah, but aren't we just 2 weeks away from him going on Twitter again and saying a whole civilization will die tonight? I'm going to give you another deadline.
I think this becomes a potentially face-saving way for all parties to unwind this. And let's get them there because this is a really dangerous place in the world. You prefer not to create another couple generations of hatred. Can we unwind this and go back to creating some type of normality in the world economy?
Congressman Schweiker, thank you for your time today. We sincerely appreciate you making some time for us, especially as things are moving so quickly. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate you having me.
All right. That is Congressman David Schweikert, also running for governor here in the state of Arizona. We'll react to the latest information. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Arizona Painting Company. Let's get them out to your house, and let's get them to paint your house. So we have summer that is going to be quickly approaching, and you are going to want, yes, curb appeal, sure, but you are going to want the Arizona Painting Company to paint your house to protect it from the Arizona summer. Let's talk about what happens. We got the monsoon, the winds whipping around, and the rain. You need a great coat of paint from the Arizona Painting Company to protect your house. You know, the dry air is just brutal. The sun, brutal as it just, beats down on your house. Go get your house painted. Here's the best thing I can tell you. I've used the Arizona Painting Company for about 20 years, and they've never disappointed. We used them to paint the entire inside of our house last summer. And just a couple years ago, they painted the exterior of our home. And their painters are just great. They treat your home like it is their own. Let me send you, a percentage that you can certainly take off, a big discount. Text the word paint to 620-620. When you text the word paint to 620-620, I will send you a bounce back text with a big discount from the Arizona Painting Company.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what a state is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they could give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. Then may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SAIL now. Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SAIL now.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. President Trump has agreed to suspend the bombing of Iran for 2 weeks, subject to Iran agreeing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, what the president is describing as a double-sided ceasefire. That comes after a proposal from Pakistan's prime minister to halt the fighting. The president also says he has received a 10-point proposal from Iran, which he sees as a workable basis for negotiation. Once again, President Trump has agreed to suspend the bombing of Iran for 2 weeks, subject to Iran agreeing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And the president describes it as a double-sided ceasefire. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, you can go to KTAR.com. Checking on traffic for us right now. Sean Koner is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Here we go. We are busy on those Valley freeways. Westbound I-10 Papago heavy from the mini stack all the way through 59th Avenue, especially heavy at that southbound I-17 transition. I-17 northbound is loading up, stop and go from the stack through Glendale Avenue. Your westbound 101 Pima freeway loading up from Scottsdale Road to past 7th Avenue, so exercise patience there. And your 101 Agua Fria freeway heavy through the construction at 43rd Avenue through 75th Avenue. In Peoria, an accident on your surface streets at 75th Avenue just north of Thunderbird. That's a look at your Valley traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes, they refer you out for estate planning, they refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 480-800-0100. That's 480-800-0100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
You know what scared Kathy more than surgery? Giving up her active life, turning down opportunities to do the things she loves.
I found myself saying, no, I don't want to do that because of pain. It was really limiting my activities in every way.
And then came the diagnosis.
You need 2 full knee replacements. I don't have time for a double knee replacement. And I don't like pain, so no.
But that's not how her story ends. She tried something different, QC Kinetics. It was cutting edge, but natural and much easier on her body, with thousands of patient success stories.
I went to QC Kinetics. Within a couple of weeks, I was absolutely pain-free, no pain. I feel fantastic. Too much life to live, and I want to stay in motion as long as I possibly can.
Don't let pain decide what you say yes or no to. Live your best life. They'll make sure of it at QC Kinetics, starting with a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, we'll get back to the breaking news in just a second on Iran and the U.S. But go to KTAR.com. Right side of the page, we've got the big Q.
Ooh.
So what is the most fascinating thing about the Artemis 2 mission?
Okay.
They reached a maximum distance of 252,752 miles from Earth.
Who's counting?
I am.
Yeah.
B, they will re-enter the Earth's atmosphere going 25,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Similar to you in a race car, Bruce.
Yeah, just shy.
C, they saw parts of the moon no human eye has ever seen before.
That's kind of cool.
That's weird. And D, Christina Koch was the first woman to travel around the moon.
I think it's the record-setting distance. They reached a maximum distance of 252,752 miles from Earth, becoming the farthest any human had ever been. I think that's going to be 58%.
Second place, the runaway winner with almost 70%. They saw parts of the moon no human has ever seen before.
All right. Pretty cool. And still going. They're now heading back towards Earth. I believe the last thing I saw is the capsule is expected to splash down in the Pacific Friday night.
All right.
So the breaking news on the 5 o'clock deadline. If you've been joining us, we've talked about this 5 o'clock deadline that Trump said you got to open the Strait of Hormuz or we're going, well, I'll just read it. A whole civilization will die tonight. That's what the president put on the Truth Social thingy that he has.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we've got Trump agreeing to a 2-week ceasefire.
This has been mediated by the Pakistani government, who's been apparently has been in the middle of this all along. Iran and the U.S. are not speaking directly. It's apparently through Pakistan. And the Pakistani prime minister asked Trump for a 2-week ceasefire just a few hours ago.
Something's not right here.
What do you mean something's not right?
I just don't think something's right here. I don't know if Iran agreed to anything. I don't know.
Well, that's what I don't understand. I've yet to see anybody, any official, and by the way, they're on Twitter. The Iranians are.
Iranians are. Yeah.
They tweet crap all the time. But has Iran agreed to a ceasefire, or has Iran agreed to opening the Strait of Hormuz?
See,
because I can't find confirmation of that.
Iran gets
now.
a ceasefire.
Yeah.
This is what I see. Like, what's the negotiation? Okay, Iran gets a ceasefire. They're not going to get obliterated tonight. 90 million people aren't going to die. Okay, so Iran gets the ceasefire. If and only if they open the Strait of Hormuz. Listen, I hope I'm wrong. I don't think they're opening the Strait of Hormuz. I just don't.
Right. He said that this is subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to a complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz.
Good luck.
So does that mean he starts bombing at 5 if they don't open the Strait of Hormuz at 5?
I don't think so.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I don't think so.
I don't understand how all these things moving at the same time.
I think if you get to Thursday and no one's going through it, I just don't think they're going to. I don't think Iran is going to do it. I don't think they're opening the Strait of Hormuz. That's the only thing that they've got right now. Put it this way, Bruce. If Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz, they look weak. They look like they lost.
Yeah, it's really important to them, apparently, to stand up to or appear to be looking like they're standing up to, quote unquote, their great Satan. And again, I'm saying this honestly. There was a tweet the other day, I'll paraphrase it, that they rejected a ceasefire. This is Iran speaking. This was like the president or the head of their parliament, because they didn't want to give the enemy time to regroup. That's their attitude.
Is it just me, or do you think neither side has talked to each other?
No.
And Pakistan's like, dude, just do 2 weeks. Just do 2
weeks. Well,
I
I think they all have vested interest in that region not becoming even worse.
And are we going to get another in 2 weeks from Trump?
2 weeks.
A whole civilization will die
the war will
again
be over
tonight.
in 2 weeks. We're going to bomb them in oblivion in 2 weeks. Gas prices will be down in 2 weeks.
Can't take it.
Yeah.
I don't know. This agreement might be thrown in the trash before our show ends.
Checking the headlines on the way. There may be a follow-up any second now.
I'm not kidding.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for you. We're back with more Outspoken on KTAR.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9 million. million. That's 800-9-million or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dave Ramsey here from my friends at Window World. With the Arizona weather heating up, it's good to know that Window World windows are specifically made for the harsh Arizona climate. Right now, you can lock in 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with energy-efficient solar zone sun shield glass, tax included, for one all-in upfront price of only $5,989. And that price includes Window World's noise reduction upgrade. Plus, you can save an additional $100 off any new patio or entry door. Best of all, their certified installers can complete most projects in just one day. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. So don't wait for summer. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
When you lose someone you love, your world stops. The last thing you should face is a maze of legal and tax complexities tied to multiple bank accounts, life insurance policies, annuities, unclaimed or hidden assets, and a myriad of state legalities that may require probate action. At Enterprise Estates Advisors, we're true fiduciaries. That means we work for your family, and we focus on providing the needed services so you don't have to worry. We work closely with the executors so they understand our process, agree to a timeline, and guide us through the disbursement. Our goal is to provide your family with an efficient process that can bring an estate to close in half the normal time. Call us when you experience a loss in your family. Enterprise Estates Advisors, where asset recovery is our promise to you. Give us a call at 623-387-3141. That's 623-387-3141. Or find us online at enterpriseestatesadvisors.com to learn more.
There's a lot we don't fully understand about long COVID, like its impact on the brain, but you could help change that. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 30 and 89 for a research study. If you've had COVID-19 with or without cognitive symptoms, or you've been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease regardless of COVID infection history, you may qualify for this study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR breaking news alert.
New this afternoon, President Trump has agreed to suspend the bombing of Iran for 2 weeks, subject to Iran agreeing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, what the president describes as a double-sided ceasefire. That comes after a proposal from Pakistan's prime minister to halt the fighting. The president also says he's received a 10-point proposal from Iran, which he sees as a workable basis for negotiation. Once again, the president has agreed to suspend the bombing of Iran for 2 weeks, subject to Iran agreeing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and the president describes it as a double-sided ceasefire. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone. Just download the KTAR News app, and for more, go to KTAR.com. After the president had threatened to possibly obliterate an entire civilization, Arizona Republican Congressman David Schweikert tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this is a much-needed development.
Can we unwind this and go back to creating some type of normality in the world economy?
The congressman describes the agreement, which was, at least in part, negotiated by Pakistan, as a potentially face-saving way for all parties to end this crisis.
A KTAR News exclusive.
The Great American Recovery Initiative looks to reduce the number of those in recovery who relapse. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the News Center with what the Health and Human Services Secretary had to say.
U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is in Phoenix for his Take Back Your Health tour. Kennedy tells the Mike Broomhead Show no one is tracking success rates of rehabs, which is why many addicts stay trapped in the cycle.
A rehab that discharges an addict after 28 days, if that addict relapses, it's actually a good thing for that rehab because then they get another crack at it and they get more money.
Kennedy says the incentive should be on the rehab to help people, so if the addict relapses within a year, the rehab has to treat them again for free. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Orders for durable goods fell again in February and at a faster pace than analysts were expecting. ABC's Jim Ryan has the latest from the Census Bureau.
Durable goods are those items meant to last at least 3 years, including vehicles and aircraft. And it's by and large that transportation segment that dragged down durable goods orders in February by nearly $4.5 billion, 1.4%. The report suggests that manufacturers are seeing a slowdown in business, which could have broader implications across the economy.
Arizona votes.
Today marks an election you may have never given much thought to, but this year, big bucks have been spent campaigning for SRP leadership positions.
Today, voters will decide who makes up SRP's 2 boards on utilities and water. This year, the involvement of Turning Point Action, the political group co-founded by the late Charlie Kirk, is shaking things up. Tyler Boyer with TP Action explains why they've deployed hundreds of full-time staff to campaign for candidates opposing clean energy.
We're very serious about making sure that Arizona is defended from radical policies and, really bad ideas that stem from progressivism. Obviously, that starts with policymakers running to control your utilities.
On the other side, clean energy advocates say they expect to be outspent 10-1 by the time all is said and done, calling the spending spree a sign of fear. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Only landowners can vote in this election, and the more land you own, the more votes you get. To learn more about the election and how to vote today, head to KTAR.com. Time to check on the traffic now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and see how those roads are moving this afternoon. Here's Sean Koner.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Your Valley freeways are loading up. Westbound I-10 Papago, very heavy from the mini stack all the way through 59th Avenue. Northbound 51, slow and go from the mini stack through Indian School Road. Your westbound 101 Pima freeway loading up now from Scottsdale Road through past 7th Avenue, so exercise patience there. And the eastbound Pima freeway, slow and go from Villa de Ventura through the 202 Red Mountain transition. This traffic report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Make sure your AC can keep up. Get a $69 tune-up. Offer ends April 30th. Log on to dayandnightair.com for more information. Conditions apply. That's a look at your Valley traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
Tonight, look for clear skies. Our low around 66 degrees. For Wednesday, sunny and 96. Thursday, partly cloudy skies. Same on Friday. We're going to be in the low to mid-90s both days. It is 91 right now in Mesa. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before. MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6, the crowd goes wild. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 3 and the world is not burned down yet.
Not yet. A lot of people would tell you hour number 3, best of the hours. The streets are saying that. Hour number 3.
The whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will, wrote the president on Truth Social earlier today.
Remember, he also said he wasn't going to back down from this deadline either.
The 5 o'clock deadline.
Yeah.
I guess we have an hour, right? But it looks like there is some sort of a ceasefire between the United States and Iran. I don't buy it.
What do you mean? What part don't you buy?
I don't think Iran has agreed to anything. We haven't heard from Iran. This is coming from the White House. I guess Pakistan was involved
We're hearing
in it.
secondhand. Can I read this from you?
Please.
Iran accepted Pakistan's 2-week ceasefire proposal following frantic diplomatic efforts by Pakistan and last-minute intervention by China.
Are you saying that Pakistan kept us out of nuking
No,
Iran?
China did.
All right.
China asked, a key ally, asking Iran to show flexibility and diffuse tensions amid growing concerns about the economic devastation from damages to critical infrastructure. According to 3 Iranian officials, the ceasefire allegedly was approved by the new supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. So apparently the Iranians have agreed to this. It is unclear, though, if the Iranians have agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz. I don't see that anywhere in there because that is a condition.
Let me jump in now.
Okay, sorry.
This is part of it, too. Like, from what I understand, Iran gets the ceasefire. I guess the world gets the ceasefire.
Yeah.
If they open the Strait of Hormuz. You really think they're going to open that Strait of Hormuz?
I don't think they will.
I don't think they will.
I think that's their big leverage.
That's all they got.
Right?
Yeah, that's all they got. They will hold the world hostage because of the Strait of Hormuz. It has to what? Does it have to open in 24 hours? Do they have to start letting ships go?
Because that's what Trump's saying, that this ceasefire is dependent on them opening the Strait of Hormuz. And again, please keep in mind, we're trying to sift through sources, and it's not easy. I'm trying to get to the bottom.
Well, here's what we're trying to do. We're trying to deal with crazy.
Yeah.
Here's the crazy. Us, Pakistan, as the voice of reason, and the Iranians.
Mentioning China. See, China gives Iran money, cash. China gives Iran weapons.
Mm-hmm.
If Iran is going to listen to anybody on the planet, it's China. And China has a vested interest in the Strait of Hormuz not being closed forever, and also in the infrastructure of Iran, like, things that China depends on not being completely destroyed.
So you think that Iran is okay with accepting a ceasefire and opening the Strait of Hormuz and looking like they lost?
I think they're okay
I don't think they're okay with that.
Ceasefire.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to open the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, then there is no ceasefire.
Well, unless Trump backs down.
There's no ceasefire. The ceasefire's out unless they open the strait. Tell me I'm reading that wrong. I'm not, right? I don't think so. You've got to open the Strait of Hormuz. That's all that Trump talked about on Easter when he was cursing up a storm.
There's a quote, and I'm going to paraphrase it, from the Iranian Supreme National Security Council that says the fact that this ceasefire and these proposals are being considered shows America isn't winning as much as Trump says they are.
Who says that?
The Iranian Supreme National Security Council. Again, I think China is the key word in that sentence. Just saying. I think that, and I don't know, I mean, should we take it as a good thing or a bad thing? I think China's operating in its own self-interest.
Of course.
They couldn't care less about Iran or the United States. They don't, World War, no. They're acting in their own self-interest, and it appears that maybe they leaned on Iran to agree to this 2-week deal with, I have no idea what happens at the end of the 2 weeks.
So if you're just joining us, Trump announced a ceasefire. No response yet from Iran. The deal is contingent upon the Strait of Hormuz opening.
That's what Trump says. I didn't read that in the Pakistani release. So I don't know if he's inferring that.
There's no way that Trump would okay a ceasefire unless they open the Strait of Hormuz. What do we get out of it? What does America get out of a ceasefire? We're just not going to bomb you for 2 weeks and we'll just wait around?
Right.
No. Okay, we won't bomb you tonight. What are you giving us? And what you're giving us is the Strait of Hormuz open, right? That's the only thing that makes sense. I think this ceasefire is going to be over in a day. I do. I really do. I also have the question in my head, and we're all asking ourselves this. What if no ceasefire was announced? What would Trump do at 5 o'clock when the deadline happened? I don't know. A lot of people say.
I guess we never will know.
Well, in 2 weeks we will. This is going to happen all over again. It's just going to repeat itself.
So, and again, like you said, and I think this is very fair, very fair.
Mm-hmm.
If the Strait of Hormuz is not open to, I'm going to use the term regular traffic.
We're right back to where
by
we started.
5 o'clock today, in an hour. Does Trump stick to the 2 weeks?
No.
Or okay.
No, because it's over. There's no ceasefire then.
Well, ceasefire and is just not shooting at one another. Strait of Hormuz, again, Iran says we're not shooting at people in the Strait of Hormuz. It's just if you're with the bad guys, you got to take your chances.
Mm-hmm. It's closed.
Chinese ships are going through. Iranian ships are going through. Russian ships are going through at times, yeah. But they're just like, if you're on what we think the bad guy is, well, we just might shoot at you.
So Iran agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face the death of a whole civilization. That's how we're going to say this? That's how that's how this looks now?
I cannot read that. And again, I'm sure there is more information that's going to come out.
But I also want to acknowledge that again, I don't know the Iranian government. They're a bunch of wackos and awful people.
And it's unclear who's making decisions here.
Right. We don't know. I don't think they'd mind getting bombed and killed. Do you? I don't think so.
I think they're perfectly okay with
play the
that
victim
concept. Yeah.
Let's play the victim. Yeah, we sent our women and children out to the power plants. That's what they did.
To be martyred for
Trump blew
Allah or whatnot. Yeah.
Right. I don't know, man. I don't know.
So Iran's Supreme National Security Council says it has accepted a 2-week ceasefire. Now, I say this with all due respect. Are they the ones making the final decision?
On what?
On any of this? Is the Supreme National Security Council making the decisions? Is the elected president of Iran making decisions? Is the Ayatollah making decisions?
I heard that guy wasn't even well and he was dying or something.
And again, there's so many different things going around, which is why I think from the very beginning it's been unclear. So who are we negotiating with? Like
Pakistan.
Who's making decisions around here?
Maybe it's Pakistan and China.
Yeah. So, okay, hold on. I got this now.
Okay.
This is a statement from the Supreme National Security Council.
Are you getting this over text from your friends in Iran or no?
Keep it up. I wish I had friends that could do this. This is coming from the Foreign Minister of Iran.
Okay.
On his Twitter.
Oh.
You can find him at Saeed Abbas Araghchi.
That's okay.
On behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I express gratitude and appreciation for my dear brothers, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, and their Field Marshal for their tireless efforts to end the war in the region. In response to the brotherly request of Prime Minister Sharif in his tweet and considering the request by the U.S. for negotiation based on a 15-point proposal as well as announcement by POTUS about acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis for negotiation, I hereby declare on behalf of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. So you have to negotiate with Iran's military to cross through the Strait of Hormuz. Isn't that what's happening now?
And you have to pay $2 million.
Right, like a toll bridge.
I don't see this ceasefire lasting very long.
You don't think so?
Again, at the beginning of the day, we thought that some of us thought Trump was going to nuke him because that's what he said.
To
not
get rid of an entire civilization.
Yeah, I mean, that's genocide. You're going, I mean, I feel like we've already lost.
What do you mean?
I feel like we've already lost the war the way Trump has acted and he's spoken. No president speaks like this. We've never had a president in American history speak like this. They've never made such threats in modern history. I mean, like pre-admission of, guess what we're going to do? Genocide against the people of Iran who are innocent.
A couple weeks ago, we were trying to save, by the way.
And I just think that we've lost our place already. We shouldn't have started this war from the beginning. I don't think we're getting anything but bad out of this war.
Reports are saying that Israel has also agreed to some form of ceasefire, although there hasn't been official confirmation from the Israeli government.
Until Israeli tells Trump to go and bomb people again. Because they're daddy.
Somebody's running this
Israel
thing.
is our daddy. I mean, that's what it is.
Quick check of the headlines. Becky Lynn will do that for us. Goodness, it's coming fast and furious. So the thing that a lot of people care about, maybe completely aside from war in Iran, is gas prices. So what does this do? We'll talk about that next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. If you're ready to lose weight, guess what? You can start for free. This month at Red Mountain Weight Loss, when you mention Gatos, they're going to waive the startup fee on all programs. And all their programs are going to help you. Every single one of them. Men, women. Here's the deal. Programs start as low as $149. It's never been more affordable. And if we're talking about Red Mountain, we're talking about the leader in medical weight loss and a variety of programs that are supervised by doctors who specialize in weight loss. So let's go through it. At Red Mountain, they offer GLP-1 medications. All right. At Red Mountain, they also offer the patented signature medication RM3, the absolute fastest way to lose weight. And so go and see the doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You know, don't leave your health up to AI or chatbot. That's what some people are actually doing. Don't do that. Trust doctors. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real doctors, real humans, real results. And as I said, they're going to waive the startup fee on all programs when you mention Gatos. RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Just hours before the Iran deadline that President Trump threatened to wipe out a whole civilization if Iran did not come to an agreeable deal, he called off bombing and attacks on the country. In a Truth Social post, the president says the country has given him a 10-point peace plan that is negotiable. Former U.S. Congressman Matt Salmon tells the Face-Off on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, other Republicans like Senator John Curtis have turned their back on Trump over this Iran war.
Basically said, you know what, I've supported this war up until now, but I'm not going to give another dime after 60 days until Congress officially declares war.
In a Truth Social post, the president says a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now. Here's Sean Koner in for Enrique today in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Westbound Papago Freeway is a mess. Very heavy from the mini stack all the way through 67th Avenue. Your surface streets, unfortunately, are waking up now in Tempe. An accident on Baseline Road just east of Rural. In Phoenix, an accident at Cave Creek Road in Cactus. And way up in North Phoenix, an accident at Carefree Highway and just east of 27th Avenue. That's a look at your Valley traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
All righty. Hey, we jump right back into it, for goodness sakes. Thank you for spending time with us. I'm Bruce Gatos. We're Outspoken from 2 to 6, Monday through Friday. Appreciate you joining us, spending some time with us. So, the world is reacting to the announcement that there's been some form of ceasefire in the war with Iran. Iran has apparently agreed to the ceasefire negotiated by the Pakistani government. Trump has agreed to a ceasefire with caveats. And it's unclear how it works in the real world, I guess. Like, tweets are one thing, you know what I'm saying? But, like, how do ships literally get safely through the Strait of Hormuz, I think, is what a lot of people are wondering, because that's what's affecting the price of everything.
Yeah, if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened by Iran, then the ceasefire will end. That Trump wants the Strait of Hormuz open. Oh, but before that, he didn't. And then before that, he did care about it, but then before that, he didn't care about it. Then before that, he said it's not our job to open it up.
Are you saying it might change again?
Of course it's going to change again.
Okay, sorry.
It's just a delay. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm glad 90 million people aren't going to get killed by our president, who said, and I quote, a whole civilization will die tonight. I just think we've already lost the war on that. I think that we've got a president.
When you're threatening
if you say stuff
genocide.
like that, we've lost.
Yeah.
You can open the Strait of Hormuz, I guess, or you can claim that we got all of their uranium, which isn't the case.
So this is
I feel personally that we've already lost the war when we've got a president saying dumbass stuff like this.
Well, I remind you also that for whatever reason, Iran is acting like they're winning. I mean, they are. Give them credit. I mean, if you're going to be crazy, be full blown crazy.
How are they acting like they're winning? They didn't get whacked today.
Yeah, that they.
Yeah, I mean it's good for them, I guess.
They're standing up to this great military, which they acknowledge, and they're still there.
They're still there. So winning for Iran is they just don't get nuked and then they win the war. I think you're going to see people around the world be like, yeah, president's stuck. He doesn't really know what to do. Maybe the strait will open. Maybe there'll be a ceasefire. Mm-hmm. But they're crazy over in Iran for a reason. I'm telling you right now.
By the way, they think Trump's crazy.
Have loved to. They would have. The government in Iran would have loved to have Trump bomb them tonight. They would have. It plays into their their little bit of victimhood and the fact that they can absorb punishment. Mm-hmm. They're willing to sacrifice their own people. They don't care.
And then they can emerge victorious.
Yeah, this was a completely reckless misadventure by our country going over there without a plan, not telling the American people what was going on. I still don't know why we went over there. I still don't know what winning looks like. It's unmitigated disaster. We're going to talk about this in 2 weeks. He's going to come back and he's going to say a whole civilization's going to die again tonight.
Well, this is the fourth.
Deal with this every couple weeks.
This is the fourth time he's extended the deadline. Just saying.
But what are we getting out of extending the deadline?
Apparently, time for negotiation.
Okay.
There is we had some sort of and I apologize if I got, we had a 10-point or 15 points we wanted. They gave us 10 or 15 points they wanted. By the way, neither side is agreeing to anything on those deal sheets.
Yeah.
Like Iran was looking for war reparations. Like, you're going to pay to fix all the stuff you blew up.
I could just see Trump in the White House now looking at all social media. And you're right. I mean, you see Iran has claimed victory. They didn't get bombed tonight. Their whole civilization did not die tonight. They're so stupid. They're claiming victory, which, okay, fine.
Well, because even in the Islamic Republic, the foreign minister of Iran, when he announced that the Strait of Hormuz will be passable as long as you coordinate with the Iran armed forces, does that mean as long as you pay the toll, which is what the deal is now?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
You can go through, it's $2 million or something, like, whatever equivalent. But yeah, as long as you pay it, sure, you can go through for $2 million.
Yeah. Iran is calling our president a paper tiger. That's what they're doing. Oh, look at him. He backed off again. Oh, look at him. He backed off again. Oh, look at him. He okayed the ceasefire again. I told you we weren't going to get bombed. I mean, that's what Iran is saying. What a mess. Such a mess.
But I'm okay with the fact that we're not annihilating civilians.
Listen,
I think that's a positive.
It is, but I thought I wasn't going to put it past the president to nuke him.
Ugh.
I'm not kidding you.
I think that's a little far.
Wait until they don't open the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to be right back where we were at the beginning of today.
Does the United States look weak?
Civilization will die tonight.
Do we look weak in this?
I'm to the point where I don't even care if we look weak. I'm just glad we didn't obliterate 90 million people. I'm to that point.
Right, because when you threaten to wipe them off the planet and then you agree to a ceasefire,
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like, let me put it this way. The rest of the world is not as stupid as you think they are. They know exactly how Trump negotiates, and they call his bluff.
Yeah.
Over and over and over again.
So was there? See, but I don't know if this was a bluff. That's the thing. I don't know.
Well, Iran seemed prepared to get blown up tonight.
Yes, but a whole civilization will die tonight, says President Trump.
Yeah.
Okay. Did he bluff, or did they come up with something? I don't know. I really don't think he was bluffing. I think he was ready to take out. At least he was ready to take out civilian infrastructure.
Yeah.
Which is a war crime, and it would have killed innocent Iranians. I just don't think the guy cares.
We've got a quick check of the headlines. Becky Lynn will do that for us. We had a conversation with Congressman Schweikert when this news was breaking.
It was interesting.
Yeah, let's play you some of that. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
For the first time since 1972, a manned NASA mission to the moon is underway.
They are seeing parts of that far side of the moon that they have never seen before with human eyes. They're taking photos. In fact, they're taking photos for National Geographic. So these astronauts are explorers themselves, and they are taking these images of those spots and perhaps even using those images to determine where humans should land in 2028 on the lunar surface.
We're covering this historic journey into space on the KTAR YouTube channel, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doc for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange would be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Free consultations at Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Lights, camera, Allegro. Hi, I'm Jamie West. Friday, April 17th at 6:30, Beatitudes Campus in North Central Phoenix presents an evening of cinematic magic with the Allegro String Quartet. Hear your favorite movie hits, from nostalgic classics to thrilling sci-fi blockbusters. It's free, so text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
Did you know SRP is a not-for-profit utility? So what does that mean for you? It means everything we do is done with you in mind, like offering flexible rates, payment plans for every income level, and best-in-class reliability. It also allows us to make decisions that benefit our community. As a not-for-profit, SRP prioritizes power, water, and you. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/value.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Before Arizona heat turns unbearable, get your AC ready with Ace Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Whether you need an AC tune-up, fast repair, or a new energy-efficient system, Ace helps keep your home cool, comfortable, and efficient all summer long. Beat the rush. Call Ace today at 602-536-4475 for free estimates and expert service. That's 602-536-4475. Or visit us online at acehomeaz.com. Acing Arizona's comfort needs since '94.
The D-backs face off against the American League champion Toronto Blue Jays for a weekend series starting April 17th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
In Arizona, they said need to paint like every 6 years. And I said, that's crazy.
Springtime in Phoenix, and painting is maddening. So do what Brian did. He called Rhino Shield.
It's a ranch-style house. 3 sides are a sheathing. It's the wood sheathing that got coated with Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our unique climate right here in Phoenix.
With Rhino Shield, they talk about like an R13 insulation value. That's another way to reduce the air conditioning bill. I think it's a really good investment and will be well worth it.
Get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield now for 15% off the regular price.
I plan to live in the house for about 20 years, and you guys warranty your product. I don't have to worry about it.
Rhino Shield, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. So stop throwing your money away on ordinary paint. Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. No U.S. attacks on Iran for 2 weeks, as long as Iran reopens the Strait of Hormuz. That announcement from President Trump today, who had earlier threatened to destroy Iranian civilization. Arizona Republican Congressman David Schweikert tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this is a much-needed development.
Can we unwind this and go back to creating some type of normality in the world economy?
The congressman describes the agreement, which was at least in part negotiated by Pakistan, as a potentially face-saving way for all parties to end this crisis.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Changes to federal dietary guidelines promote more whole foods like fruits and vegetables, as well as more protein over carbohydrates and processed foods. U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. tells the Mike Broomhead Show the goal is to cut down on chronic disease and curb obesity. Authorities in Oklahoma say a high school principal was shot in the leg while confronting a shooter. This happened today at Pauls Valley High School, south of Oklahoma City. The suspect, identified as a former student, was subdued by the principal and the staff and taken into custody, according to officials. During an update today, Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation's spokesman Hunter McKee says the quick actions of the principal and the staff saved lives.
The principal of the school had noticed that a adult male subject, 20 years old, had stepped foot into the school with a gun.
Time now to check on the road home this afternoon. Let's see how it's moving. Here's Sean Koner in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. We are trying to get you home. Westbound I-10 not helping out. Very heavy from the mini stack all the way through 67th Avenue. In Peoria, an accident being reported on Olive just east of 83rd Avenue. In Phoenix, an accident at Cave Creek Road and Cactus. And way up in North Phoenix, an accident on Carefree Highway just east of 27th Avenue. We're also just getting a possible report of a car fire at 67th Avenue and Cactus Road in Glendale, so keep an eye out there. This traffic report brought to you by Revival Psychiatric. Psychiatric services offering medication, management, therapy, and innovative treatments for depression, PTSD, and more. Go to revivalpsych.com to book an appointment today. That's a look at your Valley traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
Clear skies tonight. Our low around 66. Tomorrow sunny and 96. And then some clouds moving in Thursday and Friday. And we'll be in the low to mid 90s. Right now it is 92 degrees in Chandler. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is Jim Sharp. Valley real estate news can seem a bit schizo, and we might just add to that feeling tomorrow with a new study that suggests despite our warm temps, we may have some of the coldest cities anywhere for home sales. Join LaDonna Harvey and me on the KTAR YouTube channel or on the app for Arizona's Morning News Wednesday.
So we've been counting down today, Gatos, to the 5 o'clock deadline that has now been paused, a 2-week ceasefire apparently in place between the United States, Israel, and Iran. We're now getting some confirmation that all three sides have agreed, although there is still some details to be worked out. I would argue most specifically, is the Strait of Hormuz open to traffic, period?
Yeah, it's like 3 a.m. there right now. So, no.
Okay.
But will it be open? I got to tell you, I don't think so. I don't think Iran's playing that card. I think they're like, okay, we didn't get nuked tonight. Okay, you said you were going to kill 90 million people, Mr. President, and you didn't. Okay, good. Well, that's good.
Yeah. It's a good thing to chicken out on.
Pakistan was involved.
They've been the mediator in this.
So we decided, you know what, let's get someone who is in Congress, who is a Republican, and Congressman David Schweikert joined us earlier today. And it was interesting. He kind of started out telling us about, hey, I got briefed today that Pakistan is working on the ceasefire.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to play you the part of the interview.
Okay.
Because he was on the air when the news broke.
Literally, when the information came out of a ceasefire, we were in the middle of a conversation.
So he's here talking about the Strait of Hormuz, and you will hear us interrupt him and then talk about the breaking news of a ceasefire.
Now we need to think about the world economy and opening up the straits. Some of the oil tankers are moving.
Yes.
Chinese, but China actually is, in some ways, Iran is a patron of China. The Iranians, the rumors we've picked up, actually it's more than rumors, that some of their own public statements is they want to set up a new toll system.
Congressman, let me interrupt you here. We're getting some breaking news.
Okay, shoot.
CNN is reporting that President Trump has agreed to suspend bombing of Iran for 2 weeks.
Yeah, this is the ceasefire that Pakistan
was this negotiated by Pakistan.
Well, we don't know if he gives them any credit. I'm trying to read it literally as we're talking right now. I don't see Pakistan mentioned in there, but I know that the Prime Minister of Pakistan was asking for a ceasefire on the part of both.
So was my prediction from 60 seconds ago held up to be true?
Yes. I can read it if you'd like. So based on conversations with Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject the Islamic Republic of Iran, agreeing to a complete, immediate, and safe opening of Strait of Hormuz. I agree to suspend bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is we've already met and exceeded military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran. I believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the U.S. and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated.
Do you think a 2-week suspension of bombing in Iran is going to end this war, Congressman?
I pray it will. Look, I was getting a little nervous realizing I was talking about Pakistan, and I didn't know if that was public information.
No, it was.
I'm glad you just bailed me out.
The Prime Minister of Pakistan earlier today was asking for 2 weeks, but yes.
Okay. All right. I wanted to make sure because I had a briefing early this morning on some of this. So,
wow.
And sometimes you're doing a lot of things.
Sir, yes, sir.
Victory, I believe, is the inability to produce a thermonuclear weapon. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, does 2 weeks get us to the spot where oil starts moving again? And in some ways, I would go right now and look at the oil futures market. Earlier today, it hit 117. What is it right now? I don't have my system up to see it. That actually, in some ways, because there's so much information that comes into that market, will tell you how serious or how much the people in the region think this is real.
Crude oil futures are going down as we speak. I'm literally watching the chart move down.
Yeah, but aren't we just 2 weeks away from him going on Twitter again and saying a whole civilization will die tonight? I'm going to give you another deadline.
I think this becomes a potentially face-saving way for all parties to unwind this. Let's get them there because this is a really dangerous place in the world. You prefer not to create another couple generations of hatred. Can we unwind this and go back to creating some type of normality in the world economy?
Congressman Schweikert, thank you for your time today.
I appreciate you having me.
All right. One of the things that, maybe we'll play a little bit more of Schweikert later. When we asked him, what did you think of the president on Truth Social today writing, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. And it is good to hear a Republican say, not in so many words, that was a bunch of horse crap. Because we heard, there were many Republicans that there's some senators that came out on the right side, not Lindsey Graham, he wants to see blood. everybody, not everybody, but a lot of other Republicans said this is not acceptable.
No.
It's not acceptable. No president has ever made such a threat in modern history. You're talking about obliterating 90 million people.
Well, again, the people that make those kind of threats, the tin pot dictators and whatever, they don't have the ability to follow through on it.
Right. Trump does.
He has the ability to follow through on it, which makes it more scary. You know, when Kim Jong-un says it, you're like, okay. Well.
Right. Yeah, and that's why I think that we should take Trump at his word. Did he chicken out today? Did cooler heads prevail? If they didn't, was he going to bomb them? Was he going to take out civilian infrastructure and commit war crimes? I mean, I think this whole 2-week thing, I really don't think much of it. I don't think they're going to open the Strait of Hormuz.
Let's talk about this and this plan, if you will, and what it means to the Strait of Hormuz, okay? I got some more information on that. We're going to talk about it. The proposal, the negotiations, if you will. At least what Iran says is on the table. Let's have that conversation. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, if you've been injured in an accident, you got to call my friends over at Sweet James Accident Attorneys. You know, I've told you the story in the past. A month ago, one of my players on my softball team was injured in an accident on the way home from the game, she and her husband. And they were injured, and they had to go to the ER, and their car was totaled, and they didn't have a lawyer. And when I got the phone call the next day, hey, listen, I just wanted to let you know on the way home, we got in a car accident. I said, here's a phone number. Call Sweet James, 1-800-9-MILLION. I said, these are people that I trust. I said, Sweet James is trusted by thousands of injured accident victims across Arizona. And my friend ended up calling Sweet James. And Sweet James is fighting for them. They have a 98% winning record. And Sweet James doesn't let the insurance companies take advantage of you. So I'm glad that my friend is being represented by the best. SweetJames.com, 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION. Sweet James winning for you. Tell him Gato sent you.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News, Arizona's only all-news morning show.
And it was, of course, on Friday when Arizona's Attorney General and Secretary of State joined more than 20 other states to sue President Trump over that executive order.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, it's Becky Lynn.
And I'm Joe Huizenga.
Every year we hear too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take just 2 seconds to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free YMCA swim lessons while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Congressman David Schweikert says the double-sided ceasefire, as President Trump describes it, could be the step needed to finally end the conflict with Iran and fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
This becomes a potentially face-saving way for all parties to unwind this.
The congressman tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, the conflict needs to be unwound and we have to return to a more normal global economy. The president says the U.S. has received a 10-point proposal from Iran, which he believes can be a basis for negotiation. However, the Associated Press is now reporting that Israel says it detects an incoming Iranian missile barrage, despite the U.S. and Iran saying a 2-week ceasefire has been reached. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's turn our attention now to your ride home this afternoon. Sean Coners in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We are working on getting them home. They're westbound 202 South Mountain Freeway. Got an accident being reported just west of 17th Avenue exit. Traffic is backed up past 17th Avenue, so use caution there. On your surface streets in Peoria, an accident on Olive just east of 83rd Avenue. In Glendale, a car fire, 67th Avenue and Cactus Road. And over in Tempe, an accident on Baseline Road just east of 48th Street. This traffic report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's your Valley Traffic. I'm Sean Conner, KTAR News.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what a state is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they can give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here, and you know, as affordable as the roof repairs were that Gleason Roofing did at my house, and as affordable as Gleason Roofing makes getting a new roof, it can still be a lot of money to pay out of pocket. So Gleason Roofing's making it easier than ever to get your roof done now and pay over time with flexible financing options like 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners. The bottom line is this: you don't have to wait until there's a problem. Gleason Roofing can take care of your roof now with payment options that fit your budget. And trust me, you want the honest people at Gleason Roofing, a GAF Master Elite contractor that's been protecting Valley homes for more than 25 years, doing your roof. Invite them over for a free, honest roof audit. No scare tactics or pressure. It's just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there. Go to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
LaDonna here. I'm one of 1.2 million people in Arizona taking care of an adult family member. How many hours and what that's worth? Coming up tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. And catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
So it appears that the 5 o'clock Phoenix time deadline will come and go with Iran not being wiped off the face of the earth, which most people think is a good thing.
Hey, listen, 90 million people didn't die tonight.
Yeah. But in Trump's message announcing a 2-week ceasefire, he referred to a 10-point plan from Iran that he called, and this is the quote, a workable basis on which to negotiate, unquote.
So Iran sent the president a
10-point negotiating.
Why do I have a feeling, and I haven't seen it yet, that a bunch of Obama stuff is going to be on this? Like the last deal. Okay. I don't know that to be the case.
I don't remember all the details, but you tell me. Are you ready? First thing.
You think I remember all the details?
This is according to Iran.
All right.
Their 10-point plan.
Hold on.
Control passage through the Strait of Hormuz coordinated with Iran's armed forces. That's
I'm
that's
not
their
agreeing to
10-point plan. That's okay. That's point number one.
Whoa. So Iran is saying we will control the Strait of Hormuz.
Coordinating with our armed forces.
No.
Also, ending the war against all components of the resistance axis, meaning a historic defeat of the aggression of the Zionist regime. I believe that's Israel. This is their proposal. All I can do is read it.
This is their proposal that the White House has said okay to.
Well, Trump called
is it
a
written,
workable basis on which to negotiate.
Is there another piece of paper where it's written nicer?
Withdraw of U.S. combat forces from all bases and positions in the region.
What?
Full compensation for damages to Iran.
Oh, that's going to be our taxpayer dollars.
Removal of all primary and secondary sanctions and relevant resolutions of the Board of Governors of the UN Security Council. Release all frozen Iranian assets abroad. And adoption of all these provisions in a binding UN Security Council resolution. So that's their proposal.
Do they also want us to bring back the crazy Ayatollah?
I don't know. I mean,
from the dead?
So that is what Trump referred to as a workable basis on which to negotiate. It doesn't sound like many of those points are reasonable negotiating points. I mean, you look at it and go, dude, seriously?
Yeesh.
Where do you start with that?
I throw it in the garbage.
Right. I don't disagree. I would say that most people would say that's not a starting point.
That doesn't sound like a starting point to me.
Yeah. Trump referred to it as a workable starting point.
All right. If that's the case,
yes,
and he okays it, then the Strait of Hormuz will be open. And that's ultimately, well, what he didn't want one day, but he wanted it the next. But the next day he didn't want it, but the next day he did. And then he said, I'm going to bomb you. And then the next day we get the Strait of Hormuz open. But it's not run by... It's run by Iran. They're going to shoot. They're going to pick and choose who gets to go
coordinated through their military. Yeah,
that's
is what they said.
That's a much better deal than we had, 7 weeks ago.
Well,
when things were flowing just nice and smooth.
So
they're going to make a fortune on this Strait of Hormuz. They're like, I'm glad the United States bombed us because we're going to make a fortune.
It's the best thing that ever happened.
Gosh, we got a toll booth that's massive, and all you have to do is put $2 million in the little change part.
West Texas crude is down 18% since the announcement, down $20 a barrel.
Yeah, and I'm sure the stock market will be nice tomorrow as well.
Well, I'm just saying, oil traders are believing there's some sort of
until there
ability,
isn't.
or maybe it's the fact that they believe that a ceasefire means you won't fire at our boats when they're going through the Strait of Hormuz. Again, although in Iran's release, they said you can go through the Strait of Hormuz anytime you want, as long as you coordinate with the Iranian military.
Oh, gosh.
So I just don't, both sides don't seem to be talking about the same thing.
No, of course not.
Is that fair?
Yes, of course it's fair.
So I'm not 100% sure what's been agreed to.
I don't know if we agreed to anything good. The only good is 90 million people didn't get blown up tonight by Trump.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's a ceasefire until there's not a ceasefire, and that could happen in the next couple days.
Yeah. We've got to check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will get you up to speed on everything else that's going on out there.
So the world won't blow up today, but maybe tomorrow.
Yeah. It won't blow up in 6 minutes like it was going to. But what happens in 6 minutes is still not 100% clear.
I don't know.
We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, LundMortgage.com. The Lund Mortgage team, my friends at the Lund Mortgage, Lisa and Matt run the company, and they're just outstanding people who love to take care of people. And so here's how they can help you in so many different ways. They could get you into the home of your dreams. So if you have decided, maybe because you're getting a tax return this year, hey, we got some money coming in from the government. They were holding it. Now we get it back. What if you were to put that tax return down on a house? Well, you say, Gato, it's not going to be 20%. Of course not. You don't have to put 20% down on a house. How about 3%? How about 3%? Maybe take some of your tax return. Maybe you've saved up a little bit of money. Put those together. You got a down payment for a home. By the way, home prices in the Valley are dropping. You see homes that are sitting longer and longer and not being sold. And then the homeowner says, we're dropping the price. That's where you get in. Call the One Mortgage team, 623-875-9940, 623-875-9940, lundmortgage.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free. Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I saw a $29 AC tune-up ad the other night, and I just laughed. I mean, nobody's sending a skilled technician to your house for just $29 without a catch. Our complete AC tune-up is $159.95, and we actually tune it up. We clean your coils, check and replace your Freon, measure airflow. We run full diagnostics. It's real maintenance. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Decision with Precision Air.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog security screens. With Bulldog security screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog security screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. If you're serious about losing weight, now's the time, because you can do it for free. For a limited time, Red Mountain Weight Loss will waive your startup fee when you begin any program. With plans starting as low as $149 per month, you can't afford to miss this opportunity. Lose up to 20 pounds by this time next month for as low as $149. Red Mountain's the leader in medical weight loss, with personalized plans tailored to your needs from doctors who specialize in weight loss. They offer a wide variety of programs, GLP-1 medications, as well as RM3, the fastest way to lose weight. RM3 helps overcome issues, slowing metabolism, menopause, hormone imbalance, or any other issue you might be having. Book online appointment today. We'll ship medication directly to your door. Get started for free. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or pound 250 on your smartphone. Use the key phrase Red Mountain. That's pound 250, key phrase Red Mountain.
Greg Ayler, host of Fire Your Financial Advisor, a different look at retirement and the financial industry.
If you feel like you're ready to retire, you're probably close. This comes up with a lot of people where they're like, I'm thinking about it. And then like a month later, you're like, yep, retired. You're like, that's quick. Because once you go down that road, you start to check out. You're like, you start visualizing what life will be like.
Come visualize your retirement. Sunday mornings at 11, here with Greg Ayler on KTAR, Arizona's news station.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Globally hostage with closing that strait.
Just hours before President Trump threatened to wipe out a whole civilization if Iran did not come to an agreeable deal and open the Strait of Hormuz, he called off bombing and attacks to the country for 2 weeks. Former Arizona State Senator Michelle Ugenti-Rita explains why she supports Trump's actions during the face-off on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
The point is, you're not having nuclear weapons. The point is surrender. And if you don't, then you've brought this on yourself. This is ending 47 years of war and terror.
The president posted on Truth Social saying Iran gave them a 10-point plan that is workable to negotiate. Oil prices plunge and U.S. stock futures have jumped after Trump pulls back on the threats for Iran for 2 weeks pending the ceasefire.
A KTAR News exclusive.
U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in Phoenix today for a Take Back Your Health tour to promote his Make America Healthy Again agenda. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center with Kennedy's comments on food.
Recent changes to the food pyramid and dietary guidelines for Americans promote more whole foods like fruits, vegetables, and protein over carbohydrates and processed foods. RFK Jr. tells the Mike Broomhead Show the U.S. has some of the worst health outcomes among affluent countries.
And it's hurting us in every way, including with infectious disease. During COVID, we had the highest per capita death rate from COVID of any country in the world.
Kennedy adds the USDA has a new rule that retailers who accept food stamps have to double their amount of healthy staple food varieties. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Arizona votes.
Even its own candidates have been surprised to see today's SRP election take up so much of the spotlight. But this year's political juggernaut Turning Point Action has gotten involved, investing unprecedented time and money to back candidates for SRP's leadership positions, as well as its water and utility boards. Clean Energy campaign manager Josie Mintz expects TP Action to shell out 10 times as much money on the election than her side of the ticket.
Watching that evidence that Turning Point USA and their candidates are scared because we know that Arizonans want clean, renewable energy and affordable bills.
You can learn more about the SRP election, which is going on today, and how you can vote in it by going to KTAR.com. Our healthcare system is not limited to workers dressed in scrubs, especially if you're providing long-term care for a loved one.
More than 1 million Arizonans care for an adult family member, adding up to 1.2 billion hours in total care every year, according to a new report from AARP. That adds up to a big chunk of change, $27 billion worth of work. And recognizing that is important, according to State Director Dana Marie Kennedy with AARP Arizona.
Although they may not be getting paid, family caregivers are really the backbone of our long-term care system.
Kennedy says this highlights severe gaps in Arizona's healthcare system. She's hoping for policies that provide more support and potential tax breaks for caregivers. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
If you're a caregiver looking for help or even just need a few hours to yourself, you can call 211 and get connected to supportive services. Tipping fatigue. I think we've all experienced it, but where do people tip the most and the least?
According to the restaurant technology platform Toast, the worst tippers are in some of the most traditionally liberal areas. Worst in the nation, California, followed by Washington, D.C. and Washington State, where tips average less than 18%. Delaware, West Virginia, New Hampshire, and Indiana diners are the best tippers, leaving approximately 21%. When it comes to tipping at fast food joints, when you get the little notice asking if you want to leave any tip at all, most diners leave just under 16%. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Let's check the road home now. Sean Coners in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, that Southwest Valley is getting really busy. Westbound 202 South Mountain Freeway has several accidents they're dealing with right now. One at 17th Avenue exit, the other just east of the Cueva Way. Those delays extend all the way back past 17th Avenue, past the bend, and up through Cueva Way. Be very patient and very careful on that westbound 202 South Mountain Freeway. Southbound I-17, there's an accident to watch off right near Bell Road. Stay left to get by. On your surface streets in Glendale, use caution at the intersection of 67th Avenue and Cactus with an active car fire. And Chandler's getting in on the action with an accident on Chandler Boulevard just west of Dobson. This traffic report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Make sure your AC can keep up this year. Get a $69 tune-up. Offer ends April 30th. Log on to dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. That's a look at your Valley traffic. I'm Sean Conner, KTAR News.
Clear skies and 66 overnight, and then for tomorrow, sunny and 96. We're at 92 right now in Glendale. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before, MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 4.
A lot of people call that number 4 the best of the hours.
3:30, 3:36 and 19 seconds in Iran in the morning.
Oh, okay.
It's 3:36 a.m. in Iran, and no bombs have dropped.
To the best of our knowledge, yes.
The timeline, what do you call it? The deadline?
Deadline,
The deadline
yes.
that Trump said he was going to kill everybody has passed. Ouch. Well, I'll just read the tweet. Sorry. Quote, a whole civilization will die tonight. That's from our president.
There is that.
It's nice to hear from him. We don't hear often enough, obviously. And, I don't remember a president making such a horrible threat. That's because it probably hasn't happened in modern history. But if you look at what has taken place today, Trump agreed to a 2-week ceasefire. It is all about the Strait of Hormuz opening, which Iran says it may do.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe.
But
you
have to coordinate with the Iranian military, which I think some people have read, and again, you can read into how you want, that means that they expect the toll you to pay for them to go through if you're coordinating with the military. At least that's how I read it.
So before we went in recklessly with no plan in Iran, like boats could come in and out, ships could move in and out.
But nobody controlled the Strait of Hormuz.
You didn't have a toll for $2 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now you've got a toll for $2 million, and maybe Iran will open up the Strait of Hormuz, and maybe you can coordinate with their military who can say yes or no. Boy, we were way better off before we went into Iran, I think. Gosh, I remember gas prices around, $3? It's not that anymore. It's been a really good few weeks for us here in the United States.
Iran has a news network. Can I read to you what their breaking news is?
Okay.
Iran achieved historic victory by forcing criminal U.S. to accept its 10-point plan. U.S. has accepted Iran's control over Strait of Hormuz.
It seems like that is actually the case.
Enrichment rights and removal of all sanctions. Sorry, I didn't get to the end of it. That's how they're pitching it.
Well,
so
I get it.
Either Trump caved in,
right,
or Iran is gaslighting the world. I don't know. Here's the thing: if ships start moving through the Strait of Hormuz, then it's working, right? I mean, if ships just start going through the Strait of Hormuz, it's a win.
Well, no, they were doing that before the war.
Oh, okay. I'm dealing with the now.
Okay, a win. Well, what's a win? They could stop it anytime they want.
And again, to be clear, the Strait of Hormuz is open. As long as you're willing to risk getting your ship blown up, the threat of which Iran has been holding over the head of people, just threatening it.
Right. We're going to go into the 10-point plan a little later. And like the 10-point plan to me looks terrible.
It doesn't look very workable.
Like when you read it, and we'll read it to you, and it's like, wait a second, the president said this was okay? I don't know.
Well, did we agree to give Iran the Strait of Hormuz as long as you coordinate with their military? Is that what we've agreed to?
That's a really crappy negotiation. That's really bad. That we're going to.
For once, I'm not the one making fun of this, Gatos. I'm trying to understand it.
Terrible.
I'm trying to understand it.
There's good and bad today.
Okay.
The good thing is our president didn't murder 90 million people like he said he was going to do. I'll read the quote again. You don't have to like it. It's what it says.
Okay.
A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. That's what Trump said. Okay? Not me. I'm not paraphrasing. That is a direct quote that he wrote. You can't even say, oh, you didn't play the whole clip. He didn't say it. He wrote it. It's there. Go and look it up. Oh, I'm sure he meant something else. Oh, that's fine. You're still in a cult. I mean, how do you take a whole civilization will die tonight? I think we've lost this war just over him tweeting because we look like the villain now. And Iran is as evil gets. They've killed their own people. They've killed our people. They're absolutely insane. But, over the last, several days, the way that our president is putting things out on Truth Social, he's the one that sounds insane. He's the one that sounds like the Iranian government. And, I don't know how this war is going to end or what have you. We've already lost this. The whole world is looking at us saying a madman is running your country. And they're right.
And they're not referring to Iran.
No.
the normal madmen. So, again, words matter, They
do.
And we're trying to understand the words. So Trump's words were, hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to a complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing attack for a period of 2 weeks. Iran did not agree to a complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Their release on this, their Security Council release, said the Strait of Hormuz is open as long as you check in with the Iranian military.
I don't think Trump is against that, if I'm reading it correctly. I don't think he stands on both sides of an issue every time. I don't want it open. I want it open. It doesn't matter. We opened it ourselves. We can't open it. They opened it. It's not open now. It was open for a minute. Wasn't open yesterday. Open today. 4 ships got in. 4 ships got out. I mean, he wobbles all over the place.
Yeah.
But if he said, which he did on Easter Sunday, how disgraceful for him to say what he said on Easter Sunday. Open the blanking strait, or we're gonna, send you to hell, or something like that. I don't think they're on the same page. I think Iran's like, sure, we'll just dictate who comes in and out, and the president said, okay. Again, we talked about him being stuck, and there really wasn't a win for him here. The only win is that 90 million people didn't get killed.
Yeah, what is the off-ramp?
He looks like a fool.
How do you get out of this?
We're still a long way from getting out of this. And, it'll be great. You'll wake up tomorrow, and maybe the oil prices will be down. You're going to see the stock market up. You're going to see a bunch of righties out there saying, look, I told you. People didn't know what was going to happen today. We didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knew what was going to happen today. When someone writes on social media that, I'm going to commit genocide, that's what he said.
Yeah.
I don't take that as a win. And I think you get some people who are on the right that'll take it as a win. Oh, Donald Trump, he didn't blink. Not so sure.
Yeah.
Again, I don't think this is good for anybody. This thing isn't good for us, not good for Iran. Never should have went in there. Never should have went in there. We went in with no plan, and we did it half-assed.
Can I read only because I enjoy it a little bit? Can I read you a Trump tweet from March 6th?
Sure. Last month. Go ahead. I mean, I'm sure he's gonna play both sides.
There will be no deal with Iran,
right?
Except unconditional surrender, all caps. After that, and the selection of a great and acceptable leader, we and many of our wonderful and very brave allies and partners, we will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, though. You can ignore a lot of stuff that he does on social, and we do. you can't ignore that he's going to kill everyone. You can't do that. You can't ignore, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight. You can't ignore that.
According to Pentagon officials, the U.S. has halted all offensive operations. Defensive actions will continue.
Yeah, we're going to be here in another week or two. I mean, you know, I don't see this ending well. I just don't. I don't see it ending well. If we do just, you know, take our ball and go home, and, you know, how do you know the war's over? Okay, we stop bombing and we leave. Okay.
Yeah.
We didn't leave it better. I mean, yeah, we killed a bunch of bad people, and that was good.
But they got plenty more. Don't worry, they got plenty more lined up.
I mean, the regime didn't change.
No.
Just the
Same
person.
regime.
Person. That's it.
We've got a quick check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And then coming up next, do you want to go over the 10 points plan? What do you want to do next?
I think we should play a little Schweikert.
Okay.
You know, you have a sitting Republican in Congress.
Yep.
And, you know, what did he think of, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight? What did a Republican think? Do we finally have a Republican that stands up and says, hey, that's not right?
All right.
That's what Schweikert will tell us when we ask him that question.
10-4 coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what estate is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they can give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:17. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Just hours before the Iran deadline that President Trump threatened to wipe out a whole civilization if Iran didn't come to an agreeable deal, he called off bombing and attacks on the country. In a Truth Social post, the president says the country has given him a 10-point peace plan that is negotiable. Despite the U.S. and Iran saying they agreed to a 2-week ceasefire, missile alerts sound tonight in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and Kuwait. Former U.S. Congressman Matt Salmon tells the Face-Off on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Other Republicans, like Senator John Curtis, have turned their back on Trump over this Iran war.
Basically said, you know what, I've supported this war up until now, but I'm not going to give another dime after 60 days until Congress officially declares war.
In a Truth Social post, the president says a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check on your ride this afternoon. Sean Conner is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Several accidents to tell you about. Southbound I-17, an injury accident just north of Bell Road. Northbound I-17, just south of Van Buren, an accident blocking the left 2 lanes. Heavy delays extending back past the Durango curve. But the big information to tell you about is the westbound 202 South Mountain Freeway has several accidents they're dealing with down there in the Southwest Valley. One just west of 17th Avenue, the other just east of Bequeeva Way. Those delays extend back past Desert Foothills Parkway, so be careful down in the Southwest Valley. On your surface streets, in Chandler, an accident on Chandler Boulevard west of Dobson, and in Tolleson, a new accident on 107th Avenue just north of Buckeye Road. That's a look at your Valley traffic. I'm Sean Conner, KTAR News.
Appreciate it, Sean. Thank you very much. It's been a fast-moving day. We are 20 minutes past what could have been the military deadline against Iran, but now we know that there is a framework or some sort of ceasefire, 2 weeks that apparently all 3 sides, the third being Israel, have agreed to in some way, shape, or form, although exactly what they've agreed to is not 100% clear.
Right.
And I mean that only because of the statements that Trump and that the Iranian Security Council are putting out. I don't feel they're talking about the same thing, Gatos.
Okay.
But earlier we had a chance to speak with sitting Congressman David Schweikert, CD1 here in Arizona, also running for governor right now. And we talked to him. We started the conversation before this information even came out.
Yeah. The first question we asked him is, okay, this is what Trump wrote on social. A whole civilization will die tonight. And we asked Schweikert, who's a Republican, what do you do with that? And here's what he said about that type of rhetoric.
It gives me the chills because there's always been a rule. You'd never even allude to such a thing. Look, I understand being angry or frustrated and dealing with a religious autocracy, which is Iran. But, come on, use of language, this goes way over the top.
Yeah, so good. We've got an Arizona Republican that says, yeah, that's not okay. That's not okay. There were a lot of different Republicans that came out today and said, a whole civilization will die tonight? Yeah, that's not, you can't write that. Well, you can. It's, and I think, like, in terms of watching what Donald Trump says and writes, because I don't want to live off everything that he says. That's a terrible way to live. But when you put out a whole civilization will die tonight, you have to take that seriously.
Yeah, that's fair.
This is like, we've seen him ugly.
That's not like the normal crazy stuff
we've
you're
seen
saying.
him ugly. Oh, Robert Mueller is dead. I'm glad he died.
Yeah,
Rob Reiner was killed. Rob Reiner was a loser.
Totally understand that.
Right? And that just shows what kind of piece of trash the president is. Because you don't have any morals. You're certainly not a Christian like you say you are. Well, when you say things like that.
Threatening to wipe a country off the map, you could argue is not the most
right. I mean, you can
Christian-like thing you've ever heard.
Right, but you can come off as just a total, whatever word you want to put in. When you start enjoying other people's death, which is what he's done on at least two occasions, Robert Mueller and Rob Reiner. But when you wake up in the morning and you see a whole civilization will die tonight,
91 million people
level. And Kim Jong-un can't say that.
Well, he can say it. He just can't back it up.
Trump can back it up.
Yeah.
Trump can back it up. So listen, I'm glad Schweikert came out and told us, yeah, that's not okay. That is not okay. Senator Rob Johnson of Wisconsin. Ron Johnson,
yes,
sorry.
Sir. I am hoping and praying that President Trump this really is bluster. I do not want to see us start blowing up civilian infrastructure. I do not want to see that. We are not at war with the Iranian people. We are trying to liberate them.
I don't know if we're trying to liberate them, by the way.
That doesn't seem to be the...
That doesn't...
well, I mean, again, the goals and the...
Why you went there in the first place?
The aims seem to change all the time, but I haven't heard them talking about liberating the Iranian people in a little while.
I think whatever happens in this war, I mean, Iran says they've won the war today.
They're claiming victory.
Yeah. And so is Trump. Good. Okay. But I think that we've already lost. When you are coming out on Easter Sunday like Trump did, when you come out on Tuesday, today, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again, we've already lost. We have already lost.
Yeah. It is, listen, if this ceasefire holds for 2 weeks and there's negotiations that come out of it and the Strait of Hormuz opens, it's a success. But according to the 10-point peace plan that Iran has proposed and that Trump said is workable.
This is worse than Obama's plan.
I don't know how this lasts more than a day. We'll give you the details. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Want to hear from all the GOP candidates for governor in the 2026 election? Want to hear from the candidates running for Arizona's wide open seats in Congress in this year's big midterm election? Well, then join me, Jim Sharp, for the AZ Political Podcast. Get it at the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
If your financial life feels like too many logins and too many meetings, Trajan Wealth's family office can simplify things. That's right. How about one coordinated team for retirement, tax, and even estate planning? You get back to living your normal life while other folks take care of really some of the important things. That's what Trajan Wealth can do for you. Their fiduciary advisors can look at your entire financial picture, not just your investments. That's right. I mean, taxes, the impact those might have on retirement. How about estate planning? I mean, it is more important than ever. I just learned that going through what we went through losing my mother. And thankfully, I have Trajan Wealth on my side. You can as well. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 for 1,000 bar for 72 months. 3.99% financing with $1,841 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, did you hear about that multi-billion-dollar Roundup settlement?
Yeah, it impacts people who are exposed to weed killers at work or at home, even if you just used it in your own yard. Lawsuits claim it causes non-Hodgkin lymphoma, a blood cancer.
But we're not sick, so that doesn't affect us.
But it does. This cancer can take 10 to 15 years to show up.
That's a long time after exposure.
It is, and that's why the settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you get sick, even years from now, you could get $6,000 to $165,000 or more as part of this settlement.
So what's the catch?
If you stay in, you give up the right to sue them later.
Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 1-888-403-8201. If you or a loved one has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, even if they've passed, you must register for benefits. That's weedkillerclass.com. 1-888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Hey, Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Joshua Baker, who's the president of Midwestern University, the place I'm getting my physical therapy, by the way, at one of their great clinics they have out there. But you and I were just talking about the veterinary school that you have there, and it's the largest veterinary hospital in North America. And you also have a very special relationship with animals that are kept here in the Phoenix area.
Yeah, so we're really excited. We have a wonderful relationship, a long-standing relationship with the Phoenix Zoo. And now we've partnered with them right now to build a new animal hospital on the Phoenix Phoenix Zoo campus. Now they're going to have the facility to show everybody the type of care they've been providing.
I love the care as a human that I get at Midwestern University's Therapy Institute, but I also am an animal lover, so I love that you guys are doing that too.
You know, the design is going to allow for some public viewing. So as the public, you'll be able to actually see these animals getting the care by our great veterinarians that are at the zoo and our students. So we're really excited about this opportunity.
You can find out more by going to mwuclinics.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump says he's agreed to suspend a planned attack on Iran's bridges and power plants for 2 weeks if Iran agrees to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's foreign minister says the U.S. has accepted their 10-point plan and will allow ships to pass through the strait over the next 2 weeks. ABC News national security analyst and former Defense Department official Mick Mulroy says now the U.S. has 2 weeks to determine if Iran can reach an agreement.
This, perhaps from his perspective, this is what he wanted. So he really amped up the rhetoric, obviously, to try to push this into happening. And Iran might be claiming victory, but their victory for them is just that the regime still survives.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Changes to the food pyramid aim to cut down chronic disease and curb obesity. U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is in Phoenix today for a Take Back Your Health tour. And he tells the Mike Broomhead Show 70% of American adults are obese or overweight.
70% of Americans' diets, so the calories the average American receives is now from ultra-processed food or highly refined carbohydrates.
New dietary guidelines for Americans support more whole foods like fruits and vegetables, as well as more protein over carbohydrates and processed foods. On top of that, Americans aren't getting enough exercise, according to a new report from the Centers for Disease Control.
The CDC says on average, people should be getting about half an hour of exercise 5 days a week. Well, according to the agency's latest report, less than half of Americans are meeting that target.
This is one of the lowest hanging fruit in our tools of prevention, and Americans are not using it.
ABC News contributor Dr. Darian Sutton says hitting those minimums can reduce the risk of heart disease, diabetes, and dementia.
30 minutes a day, 5 times a week is really quite simple, and you can break it up however you want. You can do 2 15-minute walks, 3 10-minute walks.
Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
The western part of the country gets the most exercise, according to this report. All right, let's get you home so you can take your dog for a walk. How about that? Here's Sean Koner in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
An excellent idea, Becky Lynn. Let's see if we can't help them out. Your freeways, they're very busy. Westbound 202 South Mountain Freeway has several accidents they're dealing with. One 17th Avenue exit, the other just east of Vequiva Way. Those delays extend back past Desert Foothills Parkway, so be patient there. I-17 northbound, just south of Van Buren, an accident blocking the left 2 lanes. Heavy delays extending back past the Durango curve. And southbound I-17, an injury accident just north of Bell Road off right. On your surface streets in Chandler, an accident on Alma School Road just north of Germain. In Tolleson, a fender bender on 107th Avenue north of Buckeye Road. And in Phoenix, an injury accident on Bethany Home Road just east of 35th Avenue. This traffic report brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated pool builder. Just read the reviews. Lock in 2025 pricing now and get free travertine tile included. That's a look at your valley traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear and a low overnight of 66 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny and 96. And right now, we're looking at 91 in Tempe. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Remember the Division I athlete that was called out by an Arizona legislator for not being competitive enough because she didn't want to play with men in women's sports? She joins the Mike Broomhead Show to talk about it. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., you can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can listen on air, online, or on the app.
So a 2-week ceasefire is apparently in place, although there are reports literally that there are missiles hitting Iran as we speak.
Are missiles hitting Iran or Israel?
No, hitting Israel from Iran. I apologize.
So Iran said yes to the ceasefire, but we're going to try and blow up Israel.
But we're going to fire off a couple
meantime.
missiles first, or I don't know when they think it officially starts. Anyway, it's a lot of crazy going on. I think anybody would kind of agree with that on a certain level. But maybe the craziest thing is that Trump, in his a tweet, said that he agreed and found Iran's 10-point plan a workable basis on which to negotiate. That's the quote. A workable basis on which to negotiate.
All right. Why don't we go through it?
Would you like to hear their 10-point plan?
I got nothing to do for a half hour, so I'm still here.
Now, keep in mind, I'm paraphrasing some of this for brevity, but these are the points. Point number 1, guarantee that Iran will not be attacked again.
So this is Iran to Trump.
This is Iran to Trump and Israel. This is their 10-point plan for an end to this war.
That means nothing.
Okay.
We can attack them or not.
Number 2, permanent end to the war, not just a ceasefire.
Okay.
Number 3, end to Israeli strikes in Lebanon.
I don't think Iran can call for that.
Number 4, lifting of all U.S. sanctions on Iran.
No.
Number 5, end to all regional fighting against Iranian allies. I believe that means like
Houthis.
The Houthis, Hezbollah.
So we can't touch the Houthis anymore.
Number 6, Iran would reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
I like that.
You can agree to number 6, can't you?
Is there anything more?
Followed by number 7. Iran would impose a $2 million fee per ship transiting Hormuz.
Oh, come on.
Number 8, Iran would split the fees with Oman, which is the other side of the Strait of Hormuz. Number 9, Iran would establish the rules for safe passage through Hormuz.
Oh, gosh.
And number 10, Iran would use the Hormuz fees for reconstruction instead of reparations, because they had originally asked for war reparations.
But that's what I thought. I thought we were going to have to pay for bombing the buildings.
Well, they're saying if we just charge $2 million a ship and we get to keep $1 million of it and give the other $1 million to Oman, then you don't need to pay us reparations. We'll make our money off that.
Boy, this war is really making Iran a lot of money.
So that is Iran's 10-point plan that Trump called workable basis on which to negotiate.
I don't think it's a good. I think that's a good.
I don't see a lot of starting points there.
Like
maybe I missed them.
Here's the worst part of it.
Okay.
You are saying to Iran, you can control the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, they're demanding it. That's right. Part of their part of their deal is we control the Strait of Hormuz.
No, because that means that they can close it anytime they want.
They could raise the fee. What if it goes from $2 million to $10 million or something? I don't know. You don't seem very optimistic about this 10-point plan.
This ceasefire is not going to last. I mean, right now, Iran is trying to bomb Israel. This isn't going to last.
Yeah, there are reports of the Israel anti-missile defense is active and shooting at things in the sky.
I don't know who got back. I guess Pakistan was the middle guy. Pakistan
has been the intermediary for the last couple weeks. They've been working on the details.
Whoever we had dealing with Pakistan should be fired because this is a crappy deal.
Yeah.
It's a terrible deal. I mean, it just is. Either Trump had he bluffed his way and bluffed his way and bluffed his way into, okay, Iran's not going to do anything. I'll just take what's the deal that they left over there? Grab that piece of paper? Okay, I'll do that. Mm-hmm. All right, we won't bomb you tonight. I don't know. It doesn't sound good to me. Again, if you're the United States and you go and for whatever reason I still don't know, whatever reason we went to Iran and bombed them and all that stuff, we're going to leave it a much worse deal than when it started.
Yeah.
I mean, the Strait of Hormuz is going to be a mess. So what? We killed the Ayatollah guy. He's a nut. So is his son.
Oh, wait, his son's in charge.
Yeah, that's a strange deal, Bruce. I got to tell you, it's a strange
Iran's
deal.
government has basically signaled its intention that they will control the Strait of Hormuz even after the ceasefire.
I think we got jobbed here. You can't allow Iran to control the Strait of Hormuz. We just they didn't have that before, and now they're better off from the war.
Well, I mean, yeah, they've suffered huge hits. Please don't get me wrong. Yeah,
but
absolutely.
but to the worst people in the world.
But now they're going to have a new revenue stream on top of oil, which they still have. You know, they're still going to be exporting oil because one of their points is no sanctions.
Okay.
So we have to unsanction all of their oil that they've basically been selling to China and Russia at a little bit of a discount because it's sanctioned oil, but they're still selling it.
So we spent like $50 billion over there. We've got a dozen people killed on the United States side. My gasoline is well over $5 a gallon. I don't hear anything about uranium in that deal.
No, giving up your uranium.
Where's the nuclear deal where you're not allowed to build and you have to let our people in? Anything in there? No. Is the Strait of Hormuz stable? No. And I think I think the world looks at this and they're like, man, you guys over in the States got a paper tiger.
Well, the rest of the world's like, hold on a second. Now we got to pay to go through the Strait of Hormuz? Hold on a second. We used to not have to pay for this.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah. Again, I can't imagine agreeing to it. But then again, by not agreeing to it.
But in that deal, there's regime change, right?
No.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
They
but in that
certainly
deal,
don't
we still get to keep the sanctions on them, right?
No, they said that's got to go.
Okay.
But again, these are the negotiating points. I just don't know how much negotiation there is in that.
So
I'm trying to be nice, Gatos.
So in that deal, we said you can't charge a toll, right?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's still not going to happen.
Okay. Can you keep the enriched uranium you already have? Like in that deal, they can't keep the enriched uranium they already have, right?
No, they have like 190 pounds of it or something like that. They have no intention of giving that up.
Good gracious.
It appears that also that some of this, and I think there's a lot of truth behind this, that China pressured Iran into agreeing to this 2-week ceasefire deal or agreeing to it. And
I don't think you had to hold a gun to their head. I think they're like, let's do this deal. This deal's better than the one we had before we got invaded.
Well, yeah, I don't know they've done it, but there is an interesting relationship between China and Iran. Besides China buying, they're the number one purchaser of Iranian oil. But China also is the biggest investor in Iran transportation, industrial projects. They're trying to exert control over Iran, not with bombs, but with money.
Yeah.
But, by basically building stuff there. And they have a vested influence, a vested interest, and apparently a huge financial interest in Iran. And they're the ones that are giving money to Iran, so Iran appears possibly listen to them.
Hey, at least this deal.
That's a good thing.
At least this deal includes keeping all sanctions placed on Iran by every American administration.
No,
they don't do that
we
either?
tore that deal up.
Okay,
Trump
that's
tore
gone.
that one up. We had a deal and they tore that one.
Quite a deal.
Yeah. 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Quite a deal.
You start taking bets now. All right.
We'll be here tomorrow, probably at 2 o'clock.
Who knows? Who knows? We've got a face-off tomorrow at 5.
Let's move it up.
Let's see if we make it to 5, right? I'm Bruce. That's Gatos. We are Outspoken on KTAR.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News.
Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has broken up an in-progress cockfighting operation over the weekend. It happened in Rainbow Valley Saturday. 157 roosters that were found on the property were euthanized. Weapons and money were seized.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only. no tankless.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Reaction of Iranian officials to President Trump's attack, 2-week postponement, is positive, although it indicates key unanswered questions. Here's ABC's Chuck Sievertsons.
Iran's foreign minister in a statement says Iran's military will stop action, and for 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible. The White House has said Iran first has to open the strait before a ceasefire. Iran's Supreme National Security Council says peace negotiations will begin Friday in Islamabad, Pakistan. It makes some claims that seem unacceptable to the U.S., like America agreeing to lift sanctions, withdraw combat forces from the region, and allowing Iran to enrich uranium.
The White House says there are discussions about in-person talks, but nothing is final until announced by the president or the White House. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check your ride home now. Sean Coners in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you, Becky Lynn. Here we go. We had a couple accidents to tell you about in Glendale. An accident on Olive Road just west of 43rd Avenue. In Tempe, westbound Superstition, an accident off left just west of Mill Avenue. Stay right to slide by. But the big news, westbound 202 South Mountain Freeway has a couple accidents they're dealing with. One at the 17th Avenue exit, the other just east of Vequive Way. Those delays extend back to Desert Foothills Parkway, so be patient getting by there. This traffic report brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. Explore a variety of Beatitudes campuses, residences, and enjoy a taste of our dining on Tuesday morning, April 21st. Text RSVP to 620-620 for more information. That's a look at your traffic. I'm Sean Coner, KTAR News.
All right, convenience, beauty, safety, and a cooler home. That is what Southwest Blinds and Shutters can deliver to you. That is what they delivered to my wife and I. So we started with Southwest Blinds and Shutters, going to one of their 3 showrooms. Then we had an in-home consultation with TJ, and the designers are employees of the company. They never subcontract out, and they take their time to work with you. That's what they did with us. So we had a couple of meetings. They brought over samples and visuals and renderings to kind of help us imagine what our home was going to look like, and we pulled the trigger. We purchased white shutters for our bedroom, our great room, and our TV room. We went with motorized shades in the kitchen. They're absolutely beautiful. Listen, go with the pros over at Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Go with the best company when it comes to the shutters and the blinds and the automated shades. You will be happy you went there. So check them out, southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com, and tell them Gato sent you.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
LaDonna here. I'm one of 1.2 million people in Arizona taking care of an adult family member. How many hours and what that's worth? Coming up tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. And catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
We're 51 minutes into a 2-week ceasefire, Gatos.
Oh, gosh. I don't think this
but
thing's
there's a
gonna
report that Israel is now launching retaliatory strikes on Iran after Iran fired missiles at Israel in the last hour. So it might not have lasted 51 minutes.
I thought in the ceasefire, it was like, you know when there's a ceasefire, you don't fire. You cease firing. Isn't that what that kind of means?
Yeah, I don't think that's,
and so that's not happening.
Apparently. And again,
we went through the 10-point. Wait, if you're just joining us, Trump didn't nuke Iran. That's good.
That's positive. Let's go with the win.
He said, we ad nauseum. I've already told you what he said on Truth Social and all that stuff.
Right.
We went through the 10-point plan, and it's just bad. It's a bad deal.
Well, this is the proposal.
It's a bad proposal.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's much in it that's workable, but Trump says it's a good negotiating point. So I think he was just looking for a way to get out of this.
Boy, you push it so far as to say a whole civilization will die tonight, and then your way out of not doing that.
So Trump just posted
is agreeing to this deal, which is a terrible deal.
Trump just reposted the statement from Iran's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Good. They're fighting on Twitter, isn't it?
No. He reposted it, as in, like, he agreed with it, like he retweeted it. And in that, it says, this is the quote from Saeed Abbas Araghchi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Okay.
It ends with this sentence. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. Okay, so I don't know exactly what that means, but Trump retweeted that.
Okay.
So that's part of the deal. So the Strait of Hormuz will be open via coordination with Iran's armed forces. Now, in Iran's 10-point proposal, they said you're coordinating with the armed forces to basically pay the $2 million bribe that it's going to take, the toll that it's going to take to get through the strait.
So what did we actually achieve from this war then?
It now costs $2 million to go through the Strait of Hormuz.
They still have the uranium. The regime is still in power.
They're hiding their uranium.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there is that.
And now
same regime. It's the
And now Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, which it didn't have before. It's a great deal. It's really great.
Yeah,
it's a terrific deal.
Winner.
Really bad. We didn't achieve anything. We didn't achieve anything. I think the only win today is Trump didn't blow up 90 million people.
If you believe also that the that missiles are raining, that maybe this thing didn't even last 50 minutes, didn't even last an hour. So we shall see.
What a mess.
Appreciate you guys spending time with us today. Do it again tomorrow, shall we?
Why the hell not?
Okay. Look through the double pane bulletproof glass. Appreciative of everybody doing their jobs over there, including the First Lady of Outspoken, our producer, Miss Jules. Thank you very much. Also, Hall of Famer herself. All your news and information, that's Becky Lynn. And then get all the traffic getting you home. That's the traffic coner. Get it, Sean Conner?
I got it.
Okay, sorry. Thanks, guys.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
We get it. A meal shouldn't cost you nearly $20. And we agree. At Venezia's Pizzeria, lunch or dinner for under $10 is still a thing. And for an even sweeter deal, stop in and grab a Slice Rewards card. Get a stamp for every qualifying Slice special. 10 visits, 1 free qualifying special. Simple. And every Tuesday, we double your stamps. That's your free pizza twice as fast. Venezia's Pizzeria, a family tradition with great rewards.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. If you're serious about losing weight, now's the time because you can do it for free. For a limited time, Red Mountain Weight Loss will waive your startup fee when you begin any program. With plans starting as low as $149 per month, you can't afford to miss this opportunity. Lose up to 20 pounds by this time next month for as low as $149. Red Mountain's the leader in medical weight loss with personalized plans tailored to your needs from doctors who specialize in weight loss. They offer a wide variety of programs, GLP-1 medications, as well as RM3, the fastest way to lose weight. RM3 helps overcome issues, slowing metabolism, menopause, hormone imbalance, or any other issue you might be having. Book online appointment today. We'll ship medication directly to your door. Get started for free. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or pound 250 on your smartphone. Use the key phrase Red Mountain. That's pound 250, key phrase Red Mountain.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Hey, we all like cash. No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here, and this is where day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing, their money. Literally offering up to $3,000 off right now. Brand new, energy efficient AC systems with day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. Their Cash for Clunkers offer means we say goodbye to that old clunker AC and say hello to up to $3,000 off brand new AC while it lasts with Cash for Clunkers. Another example of how that difference is day and night. Plus, you can stay cool now and pay later with 0% financing for 18 months. Hey, a couple years ago, we had day and night replace our old AC. I'd fixed like 3 of the 4 previous summers. What was I even doing? This new technology, so much more efficient. We've saved so much more cash on our summer AC bills. And again, get up to $3,000 off brand new AC with day and night's Cash for Clunkers at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply. Schedule your free estimate at dayandnightair.com.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve.
Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Hey, good Tuesday evening. It's 6 o'clock, and I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. Good evening. Our top stories tonight. Trump did not end a whole civilization. What did he do instead?
RFK Jr. is in town for a Take Back Your Health tour. I'm Heidi Hommel.
Those are our top stories for tonight. We're going to hit both of those coming up in just moments. But right now, let's go to the roads. And in for Enrique tonight, we have Sean Conner in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. An accident to tell you about in Phoenix, 35th Avenue and Osborne, an injury accident there. Use caution in the area. Things are starting to loosen up, but if you are on the westbound South Mountain Freeway, there is a major accident east of Vequiva Way. Several vehicles are involved and multiple emergency units are on scene. Stay left to get by, but beware of those delays. They extend all the way back past Desert Foothills Parkway. That's a look at your traffic. I'm Sean Conner, KTAR News.
Thank you so much, Sean. Tonight's low, 65 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 96. Right now in Phoenix, it's 89 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
President Trump says that he's agreed to a 2-week ceasefire brokered by Pakistan that includes the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz for that same period of time. Something Iran has agreed to, but not before sending a message of their own to Trump's previous threat of ending a whole civilization.
Hundreds of Iranians answering the regime call, forming a human shield around power plants and bridges ahead of potential U.S. and Israeli strikes. Iranian state TV calling it a symbolic move. Iran warning it'll retaliate with immediate and proportionate attacks if Trump follows through on his threats.
ABC's chief foreign correspondent, Ian Pennell. Iranian and U.S. officials will start the negotiations as soon as Friday. Republican Congressman David Schweikert tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this may be where this crisis starts to unwind.
This is a really dangerous place in the world. You prefer not to create another couple generations of hatred.
Schweikert describes the agreement as a potential face saver for all sides.
A KTAR News exclusive.
U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in Phoenix for a Take Back Your Health tour to promote his Make America Healthy Again agenda.
Recent changes to the food pyramid and dietary guidelines for Americans promote more whole foods like fruits, vegetables, and protein over carbohydrates and processed foods. RFK Jr. tells the Mike Broomhead Show the U.S. has some of the worst health outcomes among affluent countries.
And it's hurting us in every way, including with infectious disease. During COVID, we had the highest per capita death rate from COVID of any country in the world.
Kennedy says the USDA has a new rule that retailers who accept food stamps have to double their amount of healthy staple food varieties. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Arizona's Democratic Congresswoman Yasamin Ansari is planning to introduce articles of impeachment against Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. The Congresswoman says Hegseth has been complicit in war crimes.
pointing to the bombing of a girls' school and the targeting of Iranian infrastructure. Another recall, and this time it's issued by Ford Motor Company involving several of its popular vehicles.
Ford says it's recalling more than 422,000 vehicles due to concerns that the windshield wiper arms can break and cause reduced visibility and increase the risk of a possible crash. The vehicles include 2021 to 2023 Ford Expeditions and Lincoln Navigators, along with a range of F-Series Super Duty trucks from 2022 to 2023. Owners will receive a notice and can take their vehicle to a dealership for a free inspection and fix. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
And as we take a look at Wall Street, when it closed today, the Dow was down 85 points, closing out the day at 46,584. The NASDAQ was up 21 and the S&P was up by 5. For more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
Well, it's the big story today. President Trump says he's postponing an attack in Iran's power plants and bridges.
We heard from the president on Wednesday night in his address claiming.
That is not the right piece of audio that I was looking for right there. Let's check in with ABC's Mary Bruce.
The president posting this on his social media saying, subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. Trump saying this will be a double-sided ceasefire. He goes on to say that he believes that they have been able to make some progress in their negotiations and saying that he believes that a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated.
Here's what I was looking for from ABC's Chuck Severson.
President Trump slams the brakes on his plan for a massive attack on Iran's bridges, power stations, and other infrastructure that was to take place in less than an hour from now. He had said a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. But global condemnation of his plan was quickly growing. On social media, the president says this is subject to a ceasefire and Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz. He says Iran has proposed a workable 10-point peace plan. Former Defense Department official and ABC News contributor Mick Mulroy.
But we have 2 weeks to determine whether Iran can reach an agreement with the United States that the U.S. would find acceptable and vice versa. And so it is a positive thing. We should view it as such.
Adding,
if we can convince the commercial vessels to be able to go through the strait if they trust it, that is a good thing. It gets this energy back on the open market.
Iran claiming a victory and Trump backing off.
Iran's foreign minister says the U.S. has accepted their 10-point plan and will let ships pass through the strait over the next 2 weeks. Here's more now from ABC News national security analyst Mick Mulroy.
I do think ultimately this could have been agreed to without all of the threats and everything that went into, the president talking about destroying civilizations and essentially targeting civilian infrastructure, which many would have considered a violation of international law.
And what's the next challenge now? Working towards peace?
We'll have 2 weeks of a reprieve. That means that if we can convince the commercial vessels to be able to go through the strait if they trust it, that is a good thing. It gets this energy back on the open market. It can reduce the tensions in the region, and it can give the diplomats an opportunity to do their job, which is to try to end this in a negotiated settlement vice a military escalation.
Well, and we heard about this last week too, Becky Lynn, that there was some speculation that the war could end for a little while and then potentially start back up.
Yes.
So all eyes are going to be, at least for the time being, on the Strait of Hormuz. Are ships allowed to pass through there? And that will signal if the deal is going to start or not. And then does the Strait of Hormuz stay open? And where do things go from there?
And of course, what we're hearing today is that, yes, in that 10-point plan that Iran put out, they would open the Strait of Hormuz and there would be a toll to be able to go through it, and then they would retain control over it as part of their 10-point plan, which would allow them to close it at will, up the price to go through it at will. So that's that's there. Are we going to accept that? And then the other thing was that a ceasefire was supposed to be instigated, and we were hearing from Israel and some other areas there in the Middle East that there were bombs and missiles flying tonight, even as that was discussed. So we're going to learn more about some of that with Mike O'Neill. He's going to be joining us in just a little bit. He's our KTAR political analyst, and he's going to be coming in next and give us his take on what happened today. We did not obliterate Iran. We just might have postponed it for a while. We'll see.
Yep, and we're going to find out more about, hey, what are those next steps to possibly achieve peace? And reminder, join our partners at Arizona Talks on April 16th at 6 o'clock for the Intelligence Question, a live conversation on AI, work, and the public good. Learn more and reserve your spot now by heading to the contest page at KTAR.com. KTAR News Time, 6:08.
Summer is close, but April is a great time to get started on your new presidential pool. For a limited time, get $500 cash back and zero closing costs when you finance your new pool now through April 30th, 2026. Come on out to the Design Center in Gilbert. You can check out the latest in lighting, automation, and outdoor living features. See why Presidential Pools is Arizona's largest pool builder. Dive in today at presidentialpools.com.
Native American tribes have been here for generations. At Resolution, listening to local leaders has really guided our plans and how we think. We're protecting ancestral sites like Apache Leet and native species like the Emery oak trees. Tribal members are helping monitor that work. I believe we can coexist and that this project will help communities like the one I grew up in thrive.
Responsible mining is essential to Arizona's communities and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley real estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Beth was a very successful dentist until her back pain made everyday life impossible. She couldn't sit or drive, and her pain was a 10.
So I ended up selling my dental practice, and it was quite the traumatic experience for several years of just chronic pain.
Beth's orthopedic doctor encouraged her to try natural, non-surgical treatments, and that's when she trusted the medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
You're using your own body to heal itself, and there's something to be said for that.
QC Kinetics used Beth's own healing tools in her blood to help relieve the pain that had robbed her of so many things. Fast forward, now Beth is able to
sit without pain longer than 10 minutes, drive my car 30 minutes, an hour without pain, sit at the dinner table with my husband,
and living the life she thought she'd lost. Get relief and start living again. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246, 837-7246.
Somewhere right now, a teacher is staying late to grade papers and spending their own money to buy classroom supplies, and they never ask for a thank you. We believe they deserve more. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos and our presenting sponsor, your Valley Toyota dealers, we pay tribute to a teacher with a $2,500 bonus. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and nominate a deserving teacher. Pay tribute to a teacher is sponsored by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Fixing your AC shouldn't involve guesswork. Our exclusive Precision Link technology connects directly to your AC system and shows us exactly what's going on. It's like taking your car to the shop. They plug it in and fix the real problem. Precision Link does the same for your home. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Remember the Division I athlete that was called out by an Arizona legislator for not being competitive enough because she didn't want to play with men in women's sports? She joins the Mike Broomhead Show to talk about it. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., you can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can listen on air, online, or on the app.
It's 6:13. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizinga here with Becky Lynn.
Can we unwind this and go back to creating some type of normality in the world economy?
What did one U.S. Congressman have to say about the potential ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran? Going to break that all down. But first, we head to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and we check in with Sean Koner.
Thanks a lot, guys. A couple things to let you know about. The freeway systems are actually starting to look pretty good, except for that westbound 202 South Mountain Freeway. We're still dealing with that major accident east of V. Cueva Way. Several vehicles involved and multiple emergency vehicles are on scene. So beware of those delays that extend back past Desert Foothills Parkway. Also want to let you know about a bulletin that just came in. If you're in the Tucson area, I-10 eastbound is completely closed at milepost 287 near Vail due to a crash. Motorists are advised to use alternate routes and expect delays. No words on when that will reopen. Again, I-10 eastbound milepost 287 near Vail is closed. Beyond that, everything's looking pretty good. Nothing else to tell you about. We're looking forward to some more good news in a little bit. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
Tonight's low in the mid-60s around the valley. Tomorrow, sunny with a high in the mid-90s. Right now in Chandler, it's 88 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. As we crept closer towards the 5 o'clock deadline here in Arizona, we were preparing for strikes on critical Iranian infrastructure. President Trump announced that the U.S. was hitting pause and that the U.S. and Iran have reached a 2-week ceasefire. Our political analyst, Dr. Mike O'Neill, joins us now. Mike, how surprised are you that the U.S. reached this short-term deal before the president's deadline?
Well, I think it was a possibility all along. The president's rhetoric on Monday night made me less hopeful about this because I was expecting when he had this press conference that he would give some grounds of ambiguity about the possibility of a deal. And he really threw down the gauntlet, and it made it look like some kind of a ceasefire or compromise deal was really off the table. So it did come as a surprise. Now, I think we have a ceasefire, but we do not in any sense have any kind of agreement. I looked and I saw, here's what the Iranians say the ultimate agreement is. That we will lift all primary and secondary sanctions against Iran. We would withdraw all our combat troops from all bases in the area. We will accept their right to nuclear enrichment and recognize their continuing control over the Strait of Hormuz. I don't think anybody in the Trump administration agreed to anything of that. And if you look at what came out of Pakistan, which I understand was really planted by the White House plan, and what I just read here simply don't mesh in any way. But the good news is that by stepping back from the precipice, once you start bombing at the scale that that the president was proposing, is very difficult to get. You can't take that back. You know, the destruction is already in place. So at least you step back from the precipice. And this is really probably the beginning of some hard negotiations.
I think that was what had a lot of people scared today, was like, well, that was a pretty intense threat, and how are we going to get out of this now? What are we going to do here? And you're right. We heard those 10 points that Iran was proposing, that this is what's going to happen. They were claiming victory. And honestly, with those points, it almost sounds like they were right, because that does not sound like what we would want to happen at all.
Except I don't think anybody on the American side has agreed to that.
No,
so
and they wouldn't.
We've got like agreements written in 2 different languages that don't in any way speak to one another, which just says that we have. The good news is that we've called a ceasefire. The bad news is that we're absolutely no closer to any kind of an agreement than we were 12 hours ago.
Dr. Mike O'Neill, KTAR News political analyst, joins us right now. Mike, do you think Iran really is holding to what they put out in that 10-point plan, or do you think there are back-channel discussions going on here, and they're sitting in a room, not President Trump and the Iranian leaders, but some leaders from each country are sitting in a room and saying, okay, we're going to say this, but we really do agree to what you're calling for here, or we really agree to what you're saying here. How much do you think this is they really are worlds apart and they're putting these plans out there versus posturing?
I have no way of knowing whether that's occurring. I certainly hope that that's the case, that somewhere, maybe in Pakistan or somewhere else, there's informal discussions, possibly not face-to-face, possibly through the Pakistanis or some other intermediary, where they're going back and forth, and that there are positions being advanced which are different from the stated positions. That's the way a lot of negotiations actually happen. The problem about the threat to bomb at the level they were talking about is that I wasn't convinced that this regime would have succumbed to that, because we're an existential threat to their regime, and all that bombing could do massive damage to the country, but I don't see any way that it would topple the regime.
Wow. Okay. Do you think if the president had not issued the threats that he did, where would we be today? I mean, would we just be doing the same thing we've been doing? We've won, we've not won, they're doing this, they're doing that. Do you think that those threats had to be made for anything to move forward at this point?
I think it was very dangerous, because once you make a threat, then you take on a certain expectation that you're going to follow through on it. And you remember that was his number one criticism of Barack Obama. There was a point in Syria where he said, I believe it was, if you continue to bomb your own people, or maybe it was use of chemical weapons or something. And he said, if you do that, we're going to intervene. And
Does
they did it.
the red line talk?
Yeah. And he has been, incessantly criticizing Obama for that. And I think in the case of Obama, there was fault. The fault was in making a threat like that in the first place that we really weren't prepared to go through on. Once you make the threat, the problem is that you feel, my fear was that because he made the threat, he would feel obligated to go
to
through
follow
on
through with it. Yes.
Yeah.
I think we all were a little bit afraid of that, because that's kind of his mode of operation sometimes.
And I would see massive destruction in Iran and the regime surviving, because basically they're not a terribly popular regime, but they have ironclad. There's a group in there, the Revolutionary Guard, that gets elite treatment. They get paid well. Their families are taken care of. Their life is never going to be as good under any other regime as it is right now. And those people are intensely loyal. This is the old gambit of all dictators. They create some ultra loyal group that gets special privileges so that they know that in a crisis they can count on them.
But I think if you look at things here in the United States, you're going to have backers of the president say the president got exactly what he wanted. He may have issued some threats, but he ultimately got at least a temporary deal in place here. But then you're going to have his opposition say, what is the line always? It's taco. Trump always chickens out. They're going to say he chickened out and he didn't get what he was looking for here, because he didn't really get a true deal here. He got a temporary pause.
We don't know at this point ultimately what anybody's going to get, because that deal has yet to be cut.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
All of a ceasefire does is says we're going to stop what we're doing right now. It doesn't say that we can't pick, or they can't, or either side can pick this up in 2 weeks and continue, and we're in every bit a bad place. But it gives us 2 weeks to talk.
But we're hearing
And
tonight.
if you get 2 weeks, you can extend it too.
We're hearing tonight, Mike, though, in Israel and Kuwait and some places that missiles are flying anyway, despite a supposed ceasefire.
The question is whether they continue to do. It's my understanding that Israel came in on it, and there may have been. And Iran even said that we have decentralized control now, and getting all of our various outfits on board may not be instantaneous. So, I'd say, look at it and see where we are tomorrow morning.
Okay.
It looks like there's some sort of a temporary deal long enough to engage in some discussions. Now, the problem with negotiation is that we are in almost intractably inconsistent positions. Unless, as usually is the case, some way of fudge it. For example, the fudging in the case of nuclear material might say Iran asserts their unilateral right as a matter of their independence to develop nuclear weapons if they choose to do so, but then they conspicuously don't do very much to actually bring that about. That's kind of a fudge operation that might be acceptable to both sides. It's similar to the situation we have in Taiwan. Both sides agree there's only one China, and that is the way it is. But up to this point, mainland China has done nothing to change the status quo, which is there really is a separate government in Taiwan.
KTAR political analyst, Dr. Mike O'Neill, with us right now. So where do you think we are 2 weeks from now, Dr. O'Neill?
Well, I think we open the door to negotiation. I hope they're talking at some level. It's going to be very tough. I think there's a high likelihood, if there's any kind of engagement whatsoever, that they will extend that deadline repeatedly. But the real problem is that there are incompatible views of the world that's taken by the American and Iranian government, and you got to find some way to paper over that.
What's the price of oil going to look like in 2 weeks, do you think?
The price of oil is going to drop. It already has dropped on futures market.
Yeah.
Now, the price of oil is always determined by people looking towards the future. So if in 2 weeks they're still talking and it looks like that's going to be extended indefinitely or repeatedly, price of oil will drop. If it looks like we're getting near an impasse again and blockades are going to be reestablished, then it'll shoot up again overnight. We're not paying the price for oil based on what the current conditions are. We're paying for based on what people project they will be in the very near future. So it depends not so much on where we are as where people think we're going.
KTAR political analyst, Dr. Mike O'Neill. Thank you for your insight tonight. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
You're quite welcome.
Coming up, one U.S. Congresswoman is calling for the impeachment of Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. Why is she pushing for him to be removed? We're less than 5 minutes away from that story, and we're going to take a look at traffic again for you, too. KTAR News time is 6:25.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News.
3 Democratic Congress members from Arizona have sent a letter to the DOJ asking it not to enforce an executive order on voting. Representatives Stanton, Ansari, and Grijalva have signed that.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
By now, everybody in Arizona knows that when selling a home, you get thousands more at 72sold.com. But what you may not know is if you're looking to buy a home, you can get an advantage over other home buyers at chomesfirst.com. At See Homes First, you learn about newly listed homes before they're on Zillow, before they're on Realtor.com, before they're active in MLS. Want an advantage over other home buyers? See for yourself at chomesfirst.com.
We all want the confidence to spend more and make memories in retirement. Here's Greg Ayler talking about the impact that made on his parents.
My mom's a school teacher. My dad was a factory worker. So they lived their lives very responsibly and some would say frugally. She takes the entire family and the grandkids down to the islands for New Year's. I tell you what, they talk about that trip every time I see them.
Join Greg Ayler for a different look at retirement. Sunday mornings at 11 here on KTAR, Arizona's news station.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good evening. It's 6:30. I'm Joe Huizinga.
I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight, in an exclusive KTAR interview, U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. offers several solutions to health issues in America. And a U.S. Congressman describes the 2-week bombing ban on Iran as a way to save face. What steps are the U.S. and Iran taking toward peace? These stories and more on the way, but right now let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Check your ride with Sean Koner.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Overall, Valley freeways are starting to clear up very nicely, unless you are on the westbound 202 South Mountain Freeway. We had a major incident out near the Vequiva exit, and they are starting to, I'm looking at the cameras now, they are starting to get it cleaned up, but it's going to be a minute before things get moving. So if you are on the westbound 202 South Mountain Freeway, just be patient. Things are starting to look up, but those delays are still back to Desert Foothills Parkway. In Glendale, an accident involving a pedestrian on Thunderbird just east of 59th Avenue. And in Scottsdale on Shea Boulevard, west of the 101, an accident. And for all of our southern compadres down south, if you're in the Tucson area, eastbound I-10 is closed at milepost 287 near Vail due to a crash. Motorists are advised to use alternate routes and expect delays. There is no word when I-10 will reopen. So again, I-10 eastbound 287 near Vail is closed due to a crash. I'm Sean Koner, and that's a look at your traffic. This is KTAR News.
Weather for the Valley. Tonight's low, we should drop to the mid-60s overnight. Tomorrow, sunny with a high of about 96 degrees on the way. Right now in Peoria, 87 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home and see homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
No U.S. attacks on Iran for 2 weeks, as long as Iran reopens the Strait of Hormuz. That announcement from President Trump today, who had earlier threatened to destroy Iranian civilization. Arizona Republican Congressman David Schweikert tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this is a much-needed development.
Can we unwind this and go back to creating some type of normality in the world economy?
The congressman describes the agreement, which was at least in part negotiated by Pakistan, as a potentially face-saving way for all parties to end this crisis. However, Israeli military officials say the country is still being attacked by Iran. Arizona Democratic Congresswoman Yasemin Ansari says she will introduce articles of impeachment against Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. The Congresswoman says Hegseth has repeatedly violated his oath of office and endangered U.S. service members and has been complicit in war crimes, pointing to the bombing of a girls' school and the targeting of Iranian infrastructure. Artemis 2 has made it to the dark side of the moon, capturing never-before-seen images. Artemis II lunar science lead Dr. Kelsey Young saying during the lunar flyby, the crew observed new colors on the moon's surface.
Right away, they started describing the green around Aristarchus Plateau and different brown hues. And these colors really help tell us nuances about the chemistry of lunar material.
NASA officials say the Artemis II crew is back within the influence of Earth's gravity and still on schedule to splash down Friday.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Changes to the food pyramid aim to cut down chronic disease and curb obesity. U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in Phoenix for a Take Back Your Health tour and tells the Mike Broomhead Show 70% of American adults are obese or overweight.
70% of Americans' diets, so the calories the average American receives is now from ultra-processed food or highly refined carbohydrates.
New dietary guidelines for Americans support more whole foods like fruits and vegetables, as well as more protein over carbohydrates and processed foods. Southwest Airlines will limit passengers to one lithium portable charger or power bank per person on flights starting April 20th.
The airline says the change is aimed at strengthening its ability to contain and mitigate lithium battery incidents and reduce the risk of battery fires. In 2025, there were 97 aviation-related incidents involving lithium batteries on flights, according to the FAA. American, Delta, and United allow up to 2 spare portable batteries or chargers in carry-on bags. On Southwest, you have to keep yours under or near your seat.
Turning to sports now, the Arizona Diamondbacks took on the New York Mets this afternoon in the Big Apple, and the Mets took that game. It was 4-3. Houston Rockets are in the Valley to take on the Phoenix Suns tonight. Tip-off set for 8 o'clock. You can catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Sports is brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Big story I saw today, Becky Lynn. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrested over 800 people following tips shared by federal airport security officials from the start of Donald Trump's presidency through February of this year. Internal ICE data revealed that, and it was shown to Reuters, a figure way above what was previously publicly known. The leads came from the Transportation Security Administration, so the TSA, all the people that you see working in the airport to get you through the X-ray and get you safely to your flight, which supplied ICE with records of more than 31,000 travelers for possible immigration enforcement, according to this data. Reuters couldn't determine how many arrests took place inside airports, although the TSA tips would be mainly useful in determining when a person would be traveling. ICE and TSA are part of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. The agencies have historically shared information related to national security threats, but they began focusing on routine immigration arrests last year as part of President Trump's mass deportation effort. Those 31,000 traveler records were gathered by TSA's Secure Flight Program, which was created in 2007, so almost 20 years ago, to allow the agency to review passenger information for people who may be on U.S. government watch lists. The program was intended as a counterterrorism measure, not to track down immigration offenders, according to the regulation outlining its purpose. So the big question with all of this, you've got 31,000 tips, 800 arrests. Is fair or foul using travel data to focus on routine immigration arrests as opposed to focusing on counterterrorism? And then you've also got this question of ICE officials were moved into airports with the TSA being on work stoppage, essentially. So is this part of the Trump administration's plan to look to do more of this? If there's been 800 arrests, is it to up that number even more potentially?
I'm interested to know, like you said, the TSA tips originally were supposed to focus on terrorism and to
watch
counterterrorism.
list individuals, yeah.
And then all of a sudden it turns into immigration or people you should maybe keep an eye on. Was this voluntarily given out by TSA agents, or were they told, hey, we're moving in this direction now, we need you to? I don't think anybody expected that. We were not, that's the first I've heard of this, that they were actually complicit in turning over names. And it was, sounds like it was, keep an eye on. We don't know anything for sure, but keep an eye on.
Yeah, exactly. So, hey, we know this individual, they're going to be going to the airport. They're supposed to have a flight. You may want to pick them up now is kind of the verbiage changed a little bit, it seems like.
Interesting. Coming up, did you know that today is Arizona Gives Day?
I did. Heard you talking about that a little bit yesterday.
We talked about it last night and how it helps so many charities and nonprofits throughout the entire state. We're going to hear from one Valley teen who has been helped by Valley nonprofits and is now giving back to the community. We're less than 5 minutes away from that story. And, of course, we're going to check traffic again for you as well. KTAR News Time is 6:38.
Tired of pool company gimmicks? Dolphin Pools is different. For 42 years, Arizona families have trusted Dolphin Pools. We're the Valley's #1 Google and Yelp rated pool builder, and now serving even more families with our new office in Surprise. Order today and swim this summer in the pool of your dreams. And with interest rates at their lowest in 3 years, there has never been a better time to start. Dolphin Pools, affordable luxury, built to last. Visit dolphinpools.us.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. They say don't wait until something happens to start planning, but that's what most families do. It's not just about paperwork, but it's about the people. And if you're not sure where to begin, take our 2-minute Legacy Readiness Quiz. It's fast, it's private, and it might be the most important 120 seconds that you spend this year. Start now at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a $1 Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
This is Jim Sharp. Valley real estate news can seem a bit schizo, and we might just add to that feeling tomorrow with a new study that suggests despite our warm temps, we may have some of the coldest cities anywhere for home sales. Join LaDonna Harvey and me on the KTAR YouTube channel or on the app for Arizona's Morning News Wednesday.
Arizona Gives Day is today. It's an annual giving movement uniting nonprofits, big and small, new and established, to celebrate and increase philanthropy in Arizona through online giving. The event, powered by AZ Impact for Good, takes place, as I mentioned, today, April 7th, and helps raise awareness about the critical role Arizona nonprofits play in our communities by inspiring people to give generously, creating a thriving and stronger Arizona for everyone. To learn more about it, you can check out azgives.org. And joining us right now is Jordan Hayes, who is a benefactor of Homeless Youth Connection, Becky Lynn. And Jordan, we wanted to see if you could take a few moments and share with us some of your story, what it was like growing up homeless, and to talk a little bit about Homeless Youth Connection as well.
All right. Yep, I can do that right now for you. Firstly, I want to say thank you for having me on. I really appreciate the opportunity. But to get right into it, my experiences with homelessness came about during the pandemic. I believe it was back in 2021. My family, it was me, my mother, and my baby brother, who was just born at the time. We had gotten into a domestic violence situation, and it had gotten to the point where we became displaced from our home. So for about, I want to say about three or 4 months, we were in a shelter for victims of domestic violence. And for those 4 or so months, we were just confined to this small space, having to rely on each other's support. And, just at that time, we only really had ourselves. So it was.
How did Homeless Youth Connection come into play? Did they approach you? Did you approach them? Did someone introduce you to them?
So it was kind of a mixture of both. So it was actually my mother who set up the connection. I believe earlier it was early, I would say early my senior year, maybe around September, October. My mother was trying to set up transportation for me. And through that process, I was referred to HYC, and they had approached me. A youth coach had approached me, and then that's where the story started.
So talk a little bit to us about Homeless Youth Connection. You mentioned the youth coaching, and you mentioned also transportation a little bit. What is the youth coaching like? What exactly goes into that? I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with big brothers, big sisters, but is it like that? Is it a little different?
So HYC, Homeless Youth Connection, is kind of a mixture of several things. They provide support in a lot of ways to homeless youth. One of them is through transportation, through McKinney-Vento. That basically allows students to get transportation, say if they were far outside the way, or they were in a situation, or they were living somewhere where they can't easily get to school. HYC would have transportation that picks them up and drops them off at school and takes them back home. They also have support via hygiene kits. They provide hygiene products to students and homeless youth. I know as well, personally, I've been grateful to get support with Thanksgiving and Christmas. I've been able to get gift cards and Christmas support. So those are big helps. Delving a little bit into the youth coaching, each homeless youth is paired up with a youth coach. So I was able to get good amount of support. The youth coaches, they really do care. My youth coach, Ray, she's been super supportive of me, and she's helped me out in so many ways.
Now, you're going to ASU in the fall, right? So you're about to graduate high school and heading off to ASU.
Yep. Very excited for it.
So when you, so you're a senior right now, and you said that your family became homeless in 2021. Are you back in housing now with your family?
Fortunately, we are back in housing.
Good.
But that kind that goes back to the strong connections that HYC has with their students or their homeless youth. It just shows how firmly connected they are to each of our lives. So
Jordan Hayes talking with us about Homeless Youth Connection and Arizona Gives Day joins us right now. Jordan, we're going to let you enjoy the rest of your evening, but before we let you go, what are you going to be studying at ASU? What are you looking forward to most when you head off to college in just a few short months?
There's so many things I'm excited for, but I'm going to be majoring in accounting.
Okay.
And accountancy. And then the biggest thing I would have to say is just the people I'll meet, the opportunities you get from meeting each other. That's what I'm most excited for.
And you should be, because going to college it's more than just the studies. I mean, that's important, but you're learning about life in a whole new way, and it's all those people and everything. So you enjoy every moment of that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jordan Hayes, thank you so much, talking about Arizona Gives Day and Homeless Youth Connection as well. You have a great evening.
Thank you.
You too.
Let's tell everybody once again, because this is Arizona Gives Day, and we did talk about it yesterday, and you still got time. You can go online to azgives.org, and one of the things they told us about yesterday, and this makes it so easy, there's almost 800 different nonprofits and charities throughout Arizona, and you can kind of filter them down to for Homeless Youth Connection could be one, if that's something that you're passionate about helping homeless kids, or if it could be the arts, it could be animals, it could be anything, and you can find, and you can make different ones and put them all in a cart.
How much has been donated to them as well.
Right, you can, and you can do it all at one fell swoop. Right. So
azgives.org.
Right.
Let's get a check on traffic now. Here's Sean Koner in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Take it away, Sean.
All right, thanks, guys. Here's your last look at traffic. The westbound 202 South Mountain Freeway is finally getting that big accident cleared up. Our emergency crews did a great job there. It is starting to open up, but be patient as things get back up to speed and stay left to get by. Remember, if you're heading out of the Tucson area, I-10 is closed eastbound at mile marker 287. Motorists are advised to look for alternate routes. No word on when I-10 eastbound at 287 will open back up. Your surface streets look good. Your valley freeways are looking good. And that's your look at traffic. I'm Sean Koner, KTAR News.
Valley weather. Tonight's low is going to fall into the mid-60s around most of the valley. Tomorrow, sunny with a high of 96 on the way. Right now in Litchfield Park, 86 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
Is there a way for the federal government to help people dealing with addiction? We'll hear from one Trump official who is offering some solutions. That story and more coming up in just about 5 minutes.
Congressman Greg Stanton joins the AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp at what he calls an incredibly serious moment in history, reacting to the war in Iran. Watch the episode now on KTAR.com. KTAR News Time, 6:50.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
On the House means home improvement and repair advice is free of charge when you listen to Rosie, helping Arizona homeowners for over 30 years. That's Rosie on the House. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Oil isn't the only resource hit hard by global events. American farmers are sounding the alarm by fertilizer prices at planting season. Will this disrupt our food supply? Raising prices cause shortages? I'm not waiting to find out, and neither should you. Go to mypatriotsupply.com, get a 3-month emergency food supply. They'll include $200 worth of extra survival protein absolutely free. After serving more than 3 million American families since 2008, you can trust mypatriotsupply.com. Go to mypatriotsupply.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
LaDonna here. I'm one of 1.2 million people in Arizona taking care of an adult family member. How many hours and what that's worth? Coming up tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. And catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Well, welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizinga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. Here's our top stories.
A KTAR News exclusive.
U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is in Phoenix for his Take Back Your Health tour and tells the Mike Broomhead Show the Great American Recovery Initiative aims to reduce the number of those in recovery who relapse.
Nobody keeps track of the addict or looks at the success rate of various interventions or has an incentive to make the system work.
Kennedy explains if someone in recovery relapses within a year, the rehab should have to treat them again for free. Now, if you haven't filed your 2025 income tax return or an extension, time is ticking. ABC's Jim Ryan says that deadline's 8 days away.
With just over a week before April 15th, the Internal Revenue Service says it's received 88.4 million tax returns of the 164 million it's expecting altogether. The average refund amount for individual filers is $3,521, about $350 more than at this point in last year's tax filing season.
You done your taxes?
Taxes are done. Let me tell you, I didn't get $3,500 though.
No.
I got pennies compared to that.
I haven't done mine yet, so gotta do it tonight.
That's why I didn't ask you. You want to news volley here a little bit?
Give me a story.
So driving in traffic, I think you and I both agree it's the pits. It's why we check traffic all the time here on Arizona's Evening News every 15 minutes with Sean Koner, Enrique Garcia. Well, there's a new study out from MAG and other independent agencies, and the worst commute in the valley includes the I-10 between the 51 and the 303. You've also got I-17 from Greenway Road to Peoria Ave and the Loop 101 interchanges in Mesa. Those are what they say are the worst. I want to know, Becky Lynn, what's your least favorite Valley commute and why?
Well, none of those are my commute to and from work, but I can tell you the one that I hate to ever have to go on is that one, the 10 between the 51 and the 303. I do not like heading west. That part is, even when I'm going down the 51, because I go east, the backup is always there.
Yeah.
The heading the west. I look at that even when I'm coming into work. I'll see people over there at that interchange where you're continuing on, you know, and I'm coming on around and going to go on the 51, and I look and the traffic's always backed up, even at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm like, no, I'm glad I'm not headed west.
Yeah, for me, I feel like it's the 17. I just feel like those lanes are so narrow.
Oh, they are so narrow.
Yeah, lots of accidents.
Yeah.
Just not safe.
All right. Should we,
Let's talk about Arizona's morning news a little
yeah,
bit.
because we talked quite a bit about our big story today and took up a little extra time, the Iran story. But here's what's coming up tomorrow on Arizona's Morning News.
Both of them have been outstanding senators representing the state of Arizona. But here's the thing. Neither of them are on the ballot in 2026.
That is Congressman Greg Stanton, and he's weighing in on whether U.S. Senators Ruben Gallego or Mark Kelly will run for president in 2028. By the way, thoughts on that?
On if they will or if they should?
Will they?
I definitely think one will.
I tend to agree.
I don't. I think Gallego will. I do not think Kelly will.
Oh, I was thinking the other way around.
And I think if Kelly ends up on the ballot, I think he'll be more VP.
You can watch live tomorrow on KTAR's YouTube channel. You can tune in on the KTAR app or listen right here at 92.3 FM. Between 5 and 8 a.m. Okay, I got a good story for you tonight. I'm going to leave you with this one. Since the 70s, a local diner worker has been serving Valley residents, and we turn to Faye Fredericks with our TV partners at ABC 15 for more on a celebration of his service this week.
For 48 years, Barney Mullen has been bussing tables at the Denny's near 7th Street and Camelback, becoming a local legend and the longest-serving busboy in company history. He's also recognized as a pioneer for workers with developmental disabilities. Now the restaurant is turning the spotlight back on him with a special celebration, giving back to Laura Turner Homes, where Barney lives. The Valley nonprofit provides housing and resources for adults with special